Good morning. We start our third session. Today we will be talking about public and private collaboration and the role of the non-governmental organizations. And I would like for Dr. Ala El-Habashi to introduce our first participant.
صباح الخير. معلش تأخرنا شوية في البداية، ونرجو طبعا ان باشمهندسة نورة السايح في البحرين دلوقتي تعذرنا على التأخير. اسفين يا نورة. نورة السايح الحقيقة معمارية متميزة، لها أعمال معمارية كثيرة جدا إذا كانت في البحرين أو خارجها في العالم العربي والوطن العربي. نورة السايح الآن بتقوم بإدارة مشروع مسار اللؤلؤ من خلال هيئة الثقافة والآثار في البحرين اللي اسمها بحرين Authority for Archaeology and Culture، الاختصار بتاعها باكا. الحقيقة المشروع ده ابتدى من ساعة ما تسجل المشروع على قائمة التراث العالمي سنة 2012، والنورة السايح من وقتها الحقيقة لها انبوت رائع انها تقود فريق متعدد التخصصات، اذا كان معماريين مخططين او كمان مستثمرين، وكانت همزة الوصل ما بين المجتمع المحلي في المحرق والاوثوريتيز او المتمثله في هيئه الثقافه وكمان الحكومه البحرينيه بشكل عام. وقدرنا من خلال، انا كنت الحقيقه بشرف لفتره طويله ان اشتغل تحت قياده الصديقه والعزيزه نورة السايح في الفتره دي لما كنت معار لمده 7 سنوات في هذا المشروع، وقدرنا من خلال هذا المشروع الحقيقة ننجز العديد من الأمور على الأرض. هتديها لنا النهاردة نورة في كبسولة صغيرة. هي الحقيقة المشروع يستحق أن يكون له محاضرة أكتر من 2-3 ساعات، وده بالفعل يعني كنا بنأمله، بس في كبسولة صغيرة، لأن أنا متأكد أن كل العروض النهاردة هيبقى لها مردود قوي جدا في النقاش اللي هيبقى بعدها إن شاء الله. أتمنى تسمعوا نورة دلوقتي، نورة السايح من البحرين، وأتمنى كمان أن نورة تفضل معانا لغاية ما نبتدي الديبيت والنقاش بعد 3 محاضرات. يعني when is the Pablo when is the debate will happen? Can I get the time of the debate? What time will it be? It's نورة لو سمعاني، هو هيبقى الساعة 2:30 بتوقيت القاهرة، يعني عندك 3:30. معلش هنتعبك لو انت تقدري تبقي معانا كمان في هذا النقاش، لأن فعلا الورشة لها مردود قوي جدا مع السادة الحضور، وكمان على المستوى الحكومي للممثلين هنا في وزارة السياحة والآثار اللي مشاركة في إعداد هذه الورشة. شكرا، ونستمع لنورة السايح.
شكرا علاء. انتوا سامعيني كويس؟ شكرا كثير علاء، وشكرا لها المقدمة. احنا يعني الدكتور علاء ما اعطى دوره حقه الحقيقة، هو كان من مؤسسين هذا المشروع، ومعظم الشغل اللي احنا هلا عم نعمله بالبحرين عم نعمله على الأسس وعلى الرؤية والجهود اللي حطها علاء بالمحرق، وبإيمانه بالإمكانية للمحرق إنها تتغير وتصير إن شاء الله جوهرة بالبحرين. أنا مثل ما قال علاء رح أعطيكم نبذة صغيرة اليوم عن المشروع، بس هو الأفضل والأهم إنه إن شاء الله نتمنى إنكم كلكم يكون عندكم الفرصة إنكم تيجوا على البحرين، نستضيفكم ونورجيكم المشروع على أرض الواقع. علاء أنت ما أكدت لي لو لغة المحاضرة بالعربي ولا الإنجليزي، بس لو ما في مانع رح أكمل بالإنجليزي.
عندنا instantaneous translation.
أوكي.
فاللغة اللي بتحبيها تفضلي.
أوكي طيب فرح أبلش بالإنجليزي. Thank you very much. I'm really very happy to be able to share with you a few glimpses of the Pearling Path project. You know, like Dr. Ala mentioned, the Pearling Path project is a project that we started working on here in Bahrain in 2008, actually, with the vision of Her Excellency Sheikh Hamad bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, who had the ambition and the vision to inscribe a site in the historic city of Muharraq on the World Heritage List. And this project has been a very long time in the making. It's still not finished. And you know, projects of urban rehabilitation of this kind are, of course, first and foremost, an enormous collaborative project. So there, you know, in this talk, we're maybe going to focus between the collaboration between the private and the public sector. But, you know, in all levels of this project, it has been the work of many, the vision of many, the input of many, the voice of many people. And I think that when you're talking about cities, you know, that are about diversity, that are about multiplicity, it's very important that in the structure of the project, you have this collaboration and on this multiplicity. So like I said, the project started with, was commissioned and envisioned and brought to life by the vision of Her Excellency Sheikh Hamad bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, who is currently the president of the Bahrain Authority for Culture and Antiquities, as Ala stated. And this project started, like I said, with a vision around more than 10 years ago now that was developed in close coordination with another very important person in this project, who's Dr. Brita Rudolph, who took the vision that Sheikh Hamad had and managed to translate it, because it was not an easy project, into a nomination that revolved around pearling, into what would become, as we know it today, the Pearling Path. The project, you know, through the many stages involved a number of people, of which, you know, Ala played an extremely important part at the start of the project, you know, implementing the visions for conservations, the policy for urban conservation, instilling a number of initiatives that I will talk about further in my talk, of which, you know, the emergency intervention team, and really a series of quite visionary urban policies and governmental policies that I don't think exist in many other places in the world, that were thought of really for the island of Muharraq, and on which we've been building up the built vision of the project. So we are the Pearling Path Implementation Unit, as we call it now. We are around, you know, we fluctuate between 15 to 17 people that work and supervise all the project. We are implemented in the heart of Muharraq, which is another very important element in our interaction with the community. There's obviously a number of architects and contractors that are part of the team and that are really helping us translate the visions that we had into build visions for the project that I will speak about more in detail. And also, very importantly, the financial partners of the project that also played an incredible role in believing in what this, the idea for Muharraq was. And namely, the largest one of them is the Islamic Development Bank, in collaboration with the government of Bahrain. I'm very happy to hear that Mr. Idris Adia is going to be joining you later today, because his role in pushing forward this project was quite instrumental and really important. The Islamic Development Bank, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but he will of course speak about it in more detail, has been present for a long time in this region, has financed a very big number of infrastructural projects across the Islamic world. But this was the first time that the IDB, the Islamic Development Bank, financed a cultural project and a cultural infrastructure project. Which took a lot of give and go and understanding from both sides, because we had to adapt the vision that we had, which was a vision, you know, that had to do with conservation of historic properties, with property ownerships and so on, that have, you know, a very intricate nature with the nature of a funding bank and a development bank that has, you know, a series of criteria and a series of ways of doing when it comes to funding. And, you know, halfway through between our ambitions and their way of working, we managed to find a way that I really believe, you know, enriched our project very much. And I will mention this as we go through the project. And we hope very much for the Islamic Development Bank and for other cities in the region that this hopefully will become a pilot project once it's completed, that will encourage them to further their funding to similar cultural and urban rehabilitation initiatives around the Islamic world. So maybe to give you, just to unzoom and to give you a bit an idea of pearling and why pearling was so important to Bahrain to start with. So here you see, you know, a typical image of a dhow boat on board which the divers are chuckling open oysters in which they find the pearls. So the history of Bahrain for 5,000 years, so as early as the Dilmun era, which is a civilization that had its capital in Bahrain 3,000 years ago, there have been finds of pierced pearls that were found in archaeological sites in Bahrain. To the left of the screen, you see one of the oldest pierced blister pearls that was found in a site in Shakhura in Bahrain, that's around 3,000 years old. And the pearls are continued to be found on the right. This is a Hellenistic necklace from the Tylos period, where you see once again in the center of this necklace a pearl adorning it. So it shows that the history of Bahrain has been intertwined with the history of pearls for as long as it's been known and recorded of. And this economy reached its apex in the 1930s. This is a very beautiful picture that I like to show of Volkhaus Storages, which were a German pearl trader and operator that had its headquarters in Bahrain. And this is at the end of one of the pearling seasons, the mountain, the chuckle of oysters that are left here at the end of the season. And it looks like it's an enormous amount of oysters, but when you know that the probability of finding a pearl is 1 to 10,000 in an oyster, this is probably, I mean, if they were lucky, probably 3-4 good pearls that came out of this. So it's just to show you the rarity of these pearls as a luxury item and how sought after they were, and the size of the economy that worked around it, that had its headquarters in Muharraq. These are always, you know, slightly painful pictures to show. This is an aerial view of Muharraq in 1976, taken by a French photographer called Bernard Gérard. And it's a bit heartbreaking because you see that up until actually the 1980s, much of the urban fabric and more importantly, the architectural fabric of the island of Muharraq was still intact. And what's quite beautiful about the story of Muharraq and pearls is that the economy and trading of pearls, which are quite a small luxury item that is really not an item of prime necessity, completely build the whole island of Muharraq. So one of the outstanding universal values of the site is that Muharraq was, until the 1930s, a single product economy, which means that everything that you see in this picture in terms of built fabric was built in direct relation to the trading and economy of pearling. Of course, cities change and evolve, and probably in some places more so than in others. We are in a part of the world, namely, you know, in the Arabian Gulf, where since the advent of oil, modernization has happened at a tremendous speed, completely changing cities, lifestyles, and landscapes. So this is a picture from at the start of the Pearling Path project, so from around 2009, an aerial view of Muharraq, where you can still see the grain of the historical city at the center of this picture. So you can see that the urban fabric and the urban profile of the city were still relatively well preserved, but its relation to the sea, which was one of the most identifying parts of the city in relation to its, relationship to the sea, with the pearl trade, the dhow fleets, and so on, is completely transformed. There's a coastal highway that was built, completely separating the city from the sea in the natural way that it was previously. And so the project takes, the current state of the city, of course, as a starting point and its premises. And the project, which, the complete name of the project is called Pearling Testimony of an Island Economy, has in fact, I would say, two ambitions. The first of it, obviously, is to reconnect with the legacy and the cultural identity of pearling, which was unfortunately disappearing because the trading of pearls was no longer central to the economy of Muharraq and Bahrain in general. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, was to have a project that would serve as the catalyst for the wider urban rehabilitation of the old city of Muharraq. So the project that was prepared and envisioned by Sheikh Hamaya Al-Khalifa and Dr. Britta Rudolph was a serial nomination of 17 properties that you see here, connected by an urban pathway of 3.5 kilometers and a pedestrian bridge that connects from the south, the very south of the island that you see here, Qal'at Boumaher, to Halat Boumaher and the rest of Muharraq through a pedestrian bridge that bridges the highway. So essentially reconnecting the old city of Muharraq to the only remaining natural coastline today on the island of Muharraq. And these 17 properties were selected not necessarily because they were the most outstanding architectural examples in Muharraq, but specifically because of their connection to the narrative of pearling. So for example, the first house a visitor would encounter from the south would be the house of the diver. There's houses of pearl traders, the house of a pearl merchant, the house of the captain of the boat, the house of a merchant that was trading in timber from which the boats were built. So through each step of the pearling path, a part of the story and the narrative and the hierarchy actually of the pearling path becomes available and visible to the visitor. From when the project was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2012 until the effective start, let's say, of its implementation in 2015, and actually our discussions for financing with the Islamic Development Bank, the project expanded beyond the premises of what had been inscribed on the World Heritage List to address some of the needs of the contemporary society and the needs of the city of Muharraq today. So for example, one of the important elements that came through our discussions with the IDB was the question of mobility. Muharraq, like many old historic cities, and probably even more so in this part of the world, has a big problem with the abundance of cars that are present in the city, the lack of public transportation, the fact that there's not a large network of pedestrianized streets that are there. And so we started working on a mobility plan with a firm called Systematica, upon which we, as the result of the study, introduced 4 multi-story parkings in Muharraq. So at the edges, you see them here on the map. I'm not sure it's clear. They're the ones that are numbered in letters, A, B, C, D. And jointly, these 4 multi-story car parks will add 1,000 car parks to the city of Muharraq, which will solve 2 things. First of all, we were quite aware that by introducing all this cultural infrastructure to the city, we will be bringing in new visitors, whether they're tourists or local visitors, but that we're adding pressure on the city. And we did not want these additional visitors to overburden a situation in the city where there was already a lack of parking spaces. And on the other hand, because we were pedestrianizing a number of streets and adding, which I will talk about right now, adding a number of public spaces and removing cars, we wanted to make sure that at least the parking spaces that we're removing in the city, we could accommodate elsewhere in the city. So the project grew, and I think this is an aspect, this, for example, was something that came up through our discussions with the financing, because as a development bank for them, it was important that the project did not only preserve and restore, but that it also addressed contemporary needs of the city, and that it also addressed issues of mobility, issues of accessibility to spaces, and so on. Like I said earlier, we were quite lucky that Bahrain is still, Muharraq is still today one of the best preserved Islamic cities on the Arabian side of the Gulf. Unfortunately, a lot of the architectural fabric has been lost. And I have to say this here that Dr. Ala, at the start of his work on the project, was extremely instrumental in establishing building permits laws and thinking about all the legal infrastructure that was needed to preserve the urban fabric and architectural fabric of the city, to make sure that, now we're 10 years later, when the project was nearing completion, we would still have a project that was completed in more or less the same urban fabric that we registered it in, which was not at all a given when we started the project. I mean, I remember it was extremely stressful at the start. The municipalities was going ahead with demolition orders on a daily basis. We didn't have a legal means to stop these demolitions because there was not a proper zoning that had been done, not a proper registering of the architectural properties that needed to be registered. And all of this work had to be done from scratch, and took a really long time, as these things take. And it was a very difficult moment for us, because we stopped as much as we could. We stopped. There was no system that allowed us to compensate the owners for which we had stopped, future projects after they had demolished. And so we were in a very difficult situation with the local community. The project was also a project that was very difficult to understand for them. They're, now more and more, unfortunately, the way projects are communicated, they're communicated with very flashy renders, of a completely new development where, there's a kind of, the grass is very green, although that will never be the case, and with lush vegetation. And, you sell this image to the people. And this project did not have this kind of imagery. And it was also not, not our ambition. Our ambition was that we would restore the city to what it had been, by conserving the historic properties, by maintaining facades and so on. And so really a large part of the project was really, on the one hand, focused on the urban fabric of the city, the urban legislation and so on. And on the second, a really important part of the project, which we're now only completing, so we're just assigning the tender this week, and which my colleague Hassan Al-Shamali worked on for a very long time, which is called the Facade Upgrade Project. And this component of the project seeks to, as a first step, let's say, rehabilitate. Here you have really one page from the tender document of this tender, which states removal of incompatible elements and repairs. And this is going to be done painstakingly over the 400 facades of the urban fabric that cross the Purling Path as a starting point. And hopefully this can then, like we said, seep into other parts of the city and serve as a pilot project for what essentially is actually, catching up with 50 years of lack of maintenance and regulation in the city that we need to address. So these 400 facades were minutiously, as you can see, surveyed by Ghassam and a team from the University of Bahrain, that over 6 months surveyed every single one of those facades, including, the protruding wires, the AC vents, the thing, to be able to work on a tender that would repair all of these things. And this was, when we talk about public-private partnerships, this was also for us a really important part of the project, because the Islamic Development Bank, being an Islamic bank, there, had certain criteria for the financing, of which one of them was that essentially the way that Islamic financing works would have been that the bank would have become the proprietor of the lands on which the project was built, and then at the end of the project, because it was a loan, they would resell it, let's say, to the loaner, in this case the government of Bahrain. Obviously, you see here in this case, it would have been impossible to do. First of all, because we had no ambition of buying all the properties in Muharraq, and I will explain this later. And secondly, because it was not possible to buy 400 houses along the path. So we reached an understanding and an agreement with them that if we had a signed agreement from the owners of each one of these facades, we would be able, this would resolve this legal issue with the bank. So we appointed at the same time, this was at the early stages of the project, a community liaison officer, a great colleague of mine that unfortunately left us now, Amal al-Saffar, who had the very difficult task of, first of all, finding these 400 owners, because, as you know, especially in the region of the souk that we see here, the shops had been rented, through 3 different parties, and in some cases it was really difficult to find the actual owner of the house, who by that then didn't even know anymore that he even owned a storefront in the souk. So she had to find these people and then to convince them that we would be doing these works on our cost, to convince. Sometimes the wife wasn't convinced. So she spent a bit over a year doing all of this. But, ironically, sometimes something that starts as a hindrance becomes something that actually is very beneficial to the project. And what this process allowed us to do was to really get to know the community. In all its shapes and sizes, in every parts of it, not only the people that owned the larger properties that we were renovating, but really the nitty-gritty of the city, to understand who was living there, who these places were rented for, who wanted what their aspirations were, and it was a really useful exercise for us at the start of the project, because we got to know the community, and because our offices were also in Muharraq, and we made them quite visible with signage and public, so that people that wanted to sign their agreements could find us. The community also learned to get to know us, and the community also understood that we were part of them, and that we were here to stay. We were not only consultants, that were flown in, that would look at the city and fly back out, but we were really invested in it, and that we were here for the long term, and that we were really working to make it a better place for them. The second component of the project that we started, which was actually maybe, not really at the essence of the project, but what was really an important one. And then again, once again here, was really an important added value to the project, is the public squares and wayfinding system, which was developed by Bureau Basmes in collaboration with Office Kirsten Geers, David Van Severen. Their commission actually started with the question of wayfinding. This was a project that was actually part of the city. And the question that we had was, how do we make something coherent out of this project? How do we make it clear for visitors which route they need to follow? How do you get from one house to the other? How do we give these spaces an identity? And what the architects came back with was something that was really interesting, and actually not something that we had actually foreseen to be part of the project. They told us, instead of making it just a road, why don't you introduce a system of public spaces to the city on the site of vacant plots of houses that unfortunately had been demolished, that no longer exist, on which you could build public squares that could dilate the path when needed and create public spaces of encounter between the visitors to the path and the local residents, serving at the same time as green spaces for the communities. In some instances, they hold playgrounds. In some instances, they have a small tea pavilion, depending on which part of the neighborhood they are. So we introduced a series along the path of 16 public spaces, of which you see some of the images here, that offer, first of all, very importantly, green spaces that were not present in the city. You know, that once again, like the parking spaces that I talked about, that, you know, maybe historically there was, of course, you know, not a tradition of green spaces or public spaces in this way in Muharraq. You know, the green spaces were to be found mainly inside the courtyards. But it was also an acknowledgement that, you know, Muharraq should also be a living city, a city of the 21st century, a city that addresses the contemporary needs of its inhabitants. And, you know, there's less and less courtyards, unfortunately, in the city, less and less green courtyards in the city. And there was, you know, namely a lack of green spaces in the city that we thought was really important to introduce. And it was really, this process was really interesting because, you know, these were leftover spaces in the city. In Bahraini, we call them a baraha, which is basically a leftover barren land. In most cases, like I said before, these were unfortunately plots that had previously had historic structures on them that were demolished and that just stood empty for years, and that any land that stands empty in Muharraq immediately gets overtaken by cars. Referring to the previous problem of mobility I was speaking to. And it was really beautiful to see, you know, what these spaces that were just leftover spaces could transform into, and how they could really, instead of being leftover spaces, being spaces of attraction that would add value to the city. And, you know, it was challenging also at the start in relationship to the community. I mean, Ras Ala, must remember this well, because, I mean, first of all, when we started planning these spaces, we first concerted with the local community and asking them, you know, what would you like to see in these spaces? And I remember a first meeting I went to with Ala in one of the first spaces, public spaces that we were gonna work on. And we went to the first house and they said, you know, we want parking spaces. And we said, okay, you know, how many cars do you have? What do you need? And the first house told us that they needed the space, I think it was for 12 cars. I mean, it was a household of 6 people, maybe. And we thought, I mean, why do you need 12 cars? And they're like, yeah, but our extended family comes in the weekend and we each have I mean, clearly, you know, we understood that that discussion was not going to lead us necessarily to spaces of quality. And I think when we talk about partnerships in the local community, it's also good to understand sometimes that as planners, as architects, it's important sometimes to also be able to lead the vision. So what we decided to do, we thought, okay, you know, this is, we are sorting the mobility problem in a different way. Let's first implement as a mock-up two public squares. And then once they're implemented in reality, let's speak to the community again and see what their feedback was. And it was really funny because once we implemented the squares and their children started playing in them, and, you know, they noticed that they could sit there in the afternoon and the weather was nicer and they could be outdoors, we met with them again. And then they had, you know, extremely precise feedback on the squares, you know, for example, on the size, you can see it here. Now they've been amended. We had larger holes around the trees, on the size of the openings, that they were disturbing their children on their bicycles, you know, on the kind of trees and so on. And we were then, and they had completely forgotten by then that these places had been parking spaces. They started talking to us about them as if these green spaces had always been there in the city and what we should improve in them. And at that point, their feedback was extremely important and crucial. And that feedback then fed the design and the implementation of the 16 other squares, which then took those comments into consideration. In addition to the public squares, there's of course a wayfinding system, which is actually a series of street lights, which, as you see here, obviously refer to the pearls with the lighting unit, but also offer in a very natural way a guiding system through the city that also serves as the public lighting for the street. So it's not only a wayfinding system, it's also the lighting of the actual streets. So we've spoken a lot about the urban parts because they're a very important part of the project. But of course, at the heart of the project and at the heart of the site are these 16 extremely beautiful properties that each tell part of the story of pearling, as I said. This is a picture of the Fakhro house, which were merchants in Muharraq, not directly of pearls, but of woods and all things related to navigating and construction of dhow boats. And they owned a large pearling fleet. This was a house that was previously located on the seashore. And it's important to say, I'm going to show another example in another building, but what was really important to us, and this was something that at the start of the project, Dr. Britta and Dr. Ala were very careful about, was to make sure that we didn't buy or purchase all of the properties, or any that we couldn't, any of the properties on the pearling path, but rather that we made agreements with the original owners of these houses, a partnership in a way, that we, in some cases, like the cases of this house, the Fakhro family, which remains today a very wealthy family, paid for the first parts of the conservation, which we, as an implementation unit, then implemented. And now the second parts of the work, which we're working on now, are financed through the IDB, through the loan. But it was really important that the original ownerships of the house remain with the original families, because once that link is gone, you know, once the state starts purchasing these houses, and the natural connection to people with the city completely alters. And it's a natural connection, you know, that it took thousands of years or hundreds of years to make. And once, you know, once the government steps and expropriates, you lose this natural link that people have to the city. And it's extremely difficult to reintroduce, you know. There's unfortunately been many examples in the region, you know, from the Solidaire in Beirut to Souq Waqif in Qatar, where once these large expropriations are done, you lose something really important in the city. So although it's a much more tedious process, it takes a lot more time, and we need to thank our partners, the Islamic Development Bank, for having been so patient with us, because this project is taking a lot longer. But I really believe there's no shortcuts in these kind of things. One of the other properties, which is the last property on the north of the path, and which probably architecturally is the most outstanding and extravagant example of architecture of the pearling era, is the house, the Majlis in this case of Siyadi that we see, which were very prominent pearl merchants. And this is a Majlis that they built actually quite late in the pearling era, late 1930s, where you see the wealth that these pearl merchants had, that they started to demonstrate external signs of wealth in their architecture, which was traditionally more reserved to the inside of courtyards or the inside of houses. This is the inside of the Majlis, which actually Ala worked on the first part of the structural consolidation and conservation, and we're now working on the second part and on the rehabilitation of the project. The footprint of a structure that used to exist there, but interpreting it architecturally in a more contemporary way. So the finish of the project that was proposed is a rough plaster finish that mimics the inner layers of the walls of traditional architecture in Muharraq. You know, so these are houses that were built out of coral stone that were then finished with 3 layers of plaster. And what you normally see is the finished layer of plaster, which is, you know, the aesthetic and the smooth one that gives the coloring to the house. But this project actually makes the new exterior of the new addition with the inner working layers of the facade. So it's a very rough plaster facade that shows, it shows in some way the inside of the walls in Muharraq, and the let's say the most important room where the most beautiful pearls of Bahrain will be exhibited is this rough plaster finish on the inside that's finished with a silver leaf foil that, you know, with the light will give the perfect viewing conditions for the pearls. Another one of the important projects on the path is the Murad House. Once again, here in this case, this house is still owned by the Murad family. And alongside, the question of the original ownership, another really important question for us was the programming of these spaces. We were quite wary from the start that it doesn't just become a series of exhibition spaces, that transforms Muharraq into a museum city, but that we really also introduce programs that keep the city lively. In this case, the Murad House, of which you see some of the examples here of the interior, this is also under conservation now, will be transformed into a small guest house. That will be run by the original owners, by the Murad family, and that will enable the visitors to the Pearling Path to also have the experience of actually living and inhabiting one of these old traditional Bahraini houses. And this is the largest remaining courtyard house in Muharraq today. This is another project that we worked with Ala, which is the Alawi house. He was a small trader, and you see in this image, the house has one of two last remaining original wind towers, Badghir, they call them here in Muharraq, and these are some of the examples of the interiors, the peacocks. This is the Badr Ghulum house, also currently under conservation, which was the house of a natural remedy healer, so a natural doctor that would grow all the herbs that he needed in his courtyard that you see over here, and would treat everyone equally in Muharraq society, and namely the divers, which suffered, as you can imagine, from a lot of ailments, from eye problems to ear problems to lung problems, because they would dive for very long periods of time without any the aid of oxygen tools. One of the larger projects that we, sorry, I'm just checking how I do with time. One of the larger projects that we completed in 2018 was the Pearling Path Visitor Center by Valerio Olgiati. And this project is located in a very interesting location in Muharraq, namely the Amarat, which, I mean, as you know, is the local warehouse. And these warehouses, like you see on this historic image, were situated at the intersection between the coastline and the Souk streets, so the commercial arteries of the city. And rightly so, because the boats would arrive with all the merchandise by the sea. They would unload their merchandise on these amarat, which tend to have, like you see in these images, they're these very long structures because they were storage spaces, and because they would also be transporting the denshel wood or the timber wood, which is quite long, and they would have dug small water channels that would be able to channel these large wood items into the souk where they would be traded. So although a lot of the amarat have disappeared, some of them we're still lucky to have. What is quite important is that their presence in the urban typology of the city is still quite felt, as you see from the image here. So you can see, unfortunately, I think you can't see my mouse, but you can see the Souk street, which is parallel to the coastline. And then right next to the Souk street, there are these very long buildings, which were traditionally the Amarat. So the starting point for the architect was really to think about how we can make sure to preserve this urban typology in the city. And also, most importantly, how it was possible to conserve this very large empty space. I mean, it was not a public space. The site on which the project was built were the ruins of a historic Amara, the Amara of Yusuf Abdurrahman Fakhro and Amarat al-Doi. And it was really quite a chance that this 7,000 square meter piece of land in the heart of Muharraq had, since the demise of the pearling industry in the 1930s, and the storage was used up until the 1950s, 60s, had not been developed. So it was a very large empty piece of land in the heart of the city that we had the chance of building a visitor center in for the Pearling Path. And it was the vision of the architect that the structure would preserve the void underneath. So he proposed a 7,000 square meter roofscape that shelters on the one hand the ruins of the Amara that you see below it, as you see here. And on the second hand, offers this very large gathering place, an open place in the heart of the city that can serve to host larger events when needed, and host this small community center under the roofscape, which has workshop spaces and exhibition space, an auditorium and a small cafe, and which is really the point of contact between the project and the local community. And this is also something we had not initially prescribed in the commission, but it was also really important that the project had an urban scale. You know, the Purling Path was a series of small structures, original structures in the historic heart of Muharraq. And this site, as you see here, you can see the whole structure of the roof is really the link of the project with modern Muharraq, you know, with the highways arriving from Manama with the larger structures. And there's a lot of new projects on the coastline and closer to the historic city of a much larger scale. And the project somehow needed to bridge these two sides. It needed to bridge the more recent and contemporary side of the city and the historic heart of a city through a structure that would really give a presence to the Purling Path at the scale of the city. So here you see the entrance from Avenue 10, which is the more the larger avenue towards the coast, and it links. The project is completely permeable, so it has 4 entrances. Through the roofscape, you arrive to the heart of the Soo here at the end of this picture that you see here. This is the design for the multi-story parkings by Christian Carrots that we see here. And this is a render. These projects, obviously from an architectural point of view, were quite challenging to design and think of, because this is a scale of construction that traditionally did not exist in the city. I mean, you would never have such large structures in the heart of the city, and parkings, for them to be feasible, you know, from a functional point of view, need to have a certain scale. Otherwise, you know, the ratio of ramp to parking space to circulation is not feasible. So the way these parkings were designed were to, first of all, acknowledge that they were a contemporary addition to the city. And I think this is valid for all of the architecture that we introduce in the city. We're very clear that anything old we conserve, you know, in the best manner possible and according to all the UNESCO guidelines, but that when we build something new, we build it, of course, you know, in respect to the urban guidelines of the city, but also acknowledging the contemporary identity and nature of what we're building, and also in the hope that what we're building today is something that will be worthy in turn of conservation in, you know, in 80, 100 years' time. And the last project that I want to talk to you about is not directly on the Purling Path, but it's one of the additional projects that we have been working on that tackle the more intangible nature of heritage and culture in the city. And in this case, namely of the Fujeri singing, which was a form of traditional singing that was sung on board the Purling fleets to encourage, on the one hand, to encourage the holers when they were holding on to the oyster beds, and the divers to give them motivation and so on. So it's a very beautiful form of singing that's very specific to Bahrain, that has Eastern African influences and other influences in it that are quite special to Bahrain. And the idea was that these existing dur, so the place where this form of singing is practiced, it's a communal form of singing, is called the dar. And there were a series of dur around Muharraq, of which one of the larger ones, Dar Jinah, which had been wanting an extension. So when we met with them, it was quite clear that actually their problem was not so much a functional problem. It was not so much a problem of lack of space, but it was more a problem of lack of visibility in the city. You know, they wanted their art form and their singing to have a cultural presence in the city, to be part of it, to be very visible. And it was an interesting commission and challenge for the architects, because the singing that you see here was normally performed in a majlis setting. So, you know, that had quite specific proportions and typologies, where it's actually it doesn't really accommodate an audience. So if you want to traditionally attend a dur performance, you need to sit with the band in the majlis, wherever there's space, let's say, next to them. It was not something, it's not a performance where there is a stage and an audience. And for us, it was really important that we do not change this typology, you know, that we don't put them on a stage where they could accommodate a much larger audience, and change the way in which this was done. So the architects proposed a structure that had varying degrees of openness to the city. So when it's closed and they're rehearsing, it would take this shape. And when there's a more public performance, the wire mesh that makes the facade of this building completely opens up. So this is a picture of the interior space, let's say when when they're practicing or when there's no public performance. It's completely like in a majlis, completely introverted, and it also has the same proportions, the relation from width to length of a majlis. And when there's a public performance, the building completely opens up to the street, and the street in essence becomes the audience and you know, the back of house of the stage, and the whole city of Muharraq becomes the audience to this great performance. And it's really quite a beautiful moment, because all the children, the local community, everyone is out on the streets, and you know, the whole of Muharraq becomes alive once again. So this is it. I think there's many more projects to talk about, and many other things, but I hope this gives you a glimpse into some of the projects that we're working on. And I really hope that you all have an opportunity to come visit us here in Muharraq, firstly of which Ala, who we miss very much over here. Thank you very much.
أشكرك شكرا جزيلا يا نورة. الحقيقة أولا خليتيني مشاعري كده تبقى جياشة، لأن فعلا المشروع ده أثر عليا بشكل شخصي تأثير كبير. والحقيقة وبقولها قدام الحضور الكرام، الأكثر تأثير أثرته فيا الشيخة مي والمشروع مسار اللؤلؤ هو إن إحنا إزاي نتوازن في المعاصرة مع الحفاظ التاريخي. وده حقيقة موضوع ما كانش موجود عندنا في البلاد العربية. الرؤية اللي حطتها الشيخة مي واللي قدرت إنها تجلب من خلالها العديد من قامات العمارة في العالم، وإنها تحقق من خلال كل مشروع رسالة قوية جدا إن إزاي يحصل التوازن ما بين المعاصرة والتاريخ. دي في حد ذاتها كانت خبرة اكتسبتها من هذا المشروع، وبحاول من ساعة المشروع ما اشتركت فيه إن أنا أنشرها من خلال إما تدريسي في الكلية أو في عملي في القاهرة وفي غيرها من مدن البلاد العربية. ودي الرسالة القوية جدا الحقيقة. في طبعا رسائل كثيرة جدا لمستيها في العرض بتاعك، هنتطرق إليها بالتحديد. موضوع مثلا الموك ابس، أو إن احنا نعمل عينة على الأرض إن احنا نقدر من خلالها نستشف إيه مدى ارتباط المجتمع بالتوجه ده، أو حتى إذا كان المجتمع رفضه. ففي كلتا الحالتين الحقيقة كان الموك ابس دي حاجة مهمة جدا إن احنا توجهنا لها ونقيس مداها على المجتمع. برضو أشرتي على موضوع إن مفيش شورت كات، أنت قلتيها كده، نو شورت كات. طبعا مفيش شورت كات، المشاريع دي طويلة الأمد ولازم إنها تقاس على بشكل دوري، وبنرجع لها ونحدد المزايا والعيوب في كل توجه. اديتينا فعلا لمحات سريعة، وأنا عارف إن لمحات عديدة جدا، وأنا عارف برضو إن كان صعب عليكي إنك تختاري المشاريع اللي قدمتيه دلوقتي. وأنا بقولها لكم يا جماعة، يمكن 1 على 10 ويمكن أقل كمان من المشاريع اللي قامت بيها الشيخة مي وهيئة البحرين للثقافة والآثار في المحرق لتصبح نموذج يحتذى به الحقيقة في العالم العربي. ومش بس كده، كمان انها تنال الشرف ان تكسب جوائز عالميه عديده، منهم جائزه الاغخان في السايكل الاخير. هنتطرق طبعا العديد من الامور اللي اتكلمت فيها في الديبيت، وخاصه ان ازاي اقلب حلم انتو ناراتيف لقصه، والقصه ازاي دي ان انا اترجمها على ارض الواقع. دي في حد ذاتها القوة المكتسبة القوية جدا في هذا المشروع، واللي الحقيقة بنادي في القاهرة التاريخية، وهنا أنا عارف قدامي العديد من الخبراء وممثلين الحكومة، إن لازم الأول نحط لنفسنا قصة، إحنا مين، عشان نبقى نعرف بعد كده الخطوة اللي جاية دي تبقى قايمة على القصة دي، ما تبقاش جهود متناثرة وفي الآخر نلاقي إن القصة بتتناثر أجزائها وبالعكس تشوه في الآخر. أشكرك شكرا جزيلا نورة، يا ريت تبقي في الديبيت عندنا بليز، يعني نحب جدا نكوني معانا في الديبيت اللي هيبقى إن شاء الله الساعة 2:30، وهديلك طبعا مسج قبليها بشوية عشان تبقي شرفينا تاني في الديبيت والكويستشن اند انسرز. ثانك يو فيري ماتش.
شكرا علاء.
Thank you, Nura. And now we continue with Susana Macedo. She represents the program Revive, Portuguese program that takes empty governmental buildings and puts them on tender for private initiatives to take them and create sustainable businesses. So we have a pre-recorded presentation by her, which will be followed by a quick questions and answers with Susana online.
Hello, so I am Susana Macedo, and I'm going to make you a brief presentation of the Revive program, as I am, as already said, as I am a part of the team responsible for this program in Turismo de Portugal. So the underlying idea of this program is that public real estate is a very important part of the historical, cultural and social identity of a country, and it is a differentiating factor for the attractiveness of the regions and development of tourism. Recognizing that state heritage properties, recognizing the state properties as strategic assets of the regions in which they are located, the Portuguese government launched the Revive program, which opens up public properties to private investment through public international tendering in view of their renovation and sustainability for hosting an economic activity related to the tourism industry, cultural activities or other activities related. So the main goals of this program, beyond the recovery of public assets, so the program aims to enhance the attractiveness of regional destinations, promote the deconcentration of touristic demand and develop local economies and tourism, generating wealth and jobs. So these are the main goals of the Revive program. The properties in the Revive program are therefore buildings owned by state or other public entities, with architectural, historical, cultural, or other relevant interests. The program currently has 49 properties. And these 49 properties were integrated in the program in two different phases of the program. There was a list of 33 properties with the launch of the program in 2016-17, and then later in 2019, 16 new properties were added to the initial list. This is the geographical distribution of the first set of properties. 33 properties which were integrated with the launch of the program. And here you have the distribution, geographical distribution of the 16 properties which were added in 2019. The REVIV program is overseen by a technical team which is comprised by the representatives of the public entities responsible for heritage. So the Department of Cultural Heritage, the Departments of Treasury and Finance, and the Department of National Defense, which have heritage management assignments. And then the Portuguese Tourism Board, who coordinates and articulates the work between all the entities involved and ensures disclosure of the REVIV program and the tenders launched, as well as participates actively in attracting investors. We always ensure that the involvement of the local municipalities in which the properties are located. And we have there a Portuguese Environment Agency because occasionally it's necessary to integrate representatives of other public entities. For instance, whenever there is a property located in public water domain or whenever other environmental issue is raised, so we must call for the team other representatives of other entities. So Turismo Portugal is the responsible for the coordination of the work between the representatives of all public entities involved. The properties in the REVIV program are never to be sold. They are only granted for long periods through public international tendering. So usually the duration of the concession is 50 years. All the properties are subject to public international tender to be granted, and before launching the tenders, the technical team must carry out some preliminary work, such as the architectural and topographic surveys of the properties, very important, the heritage and architectural studies to define the overall parameters of work on the heritage, and also we have the property evaluation, which is necessary for the definition of the annual rent, the minimum annual rent in the definition in the tenders. So these are the general conditions of the tenders launched in the REVIV program. The concession period, as I said, is usually of around 50 years in order to make viable the large investments needed to rehabilitate these buildings and make them suitable for hosting economic activity related to tourism industry. Tenders, as a rule, do not define or identify the admissible projects. They only impose that they have touristic vocation, and then of course they establish the obligations of the investor with regard to the reconstruction of the building and carrying out the necessary works, including in infrastructures and subsequent tourist operation on the properties. This in what concerns to the uses allowed. And then investors have a 4-year grace period for the annual rent pay. The Department of Cultural Heritage develops a document which defines the overall parameters of the work possible on the properties, which is a part of the tender, and it's a very important part of the tender, and binds the private investors in this way, safeguarding cultural heritage. So with these beacons, investors present their proposals, identifying the activity project they intend to develop, the annual income they are willing to pay, and how long will they take to start the operation. So the price and the deadline for starting the operation are usually the award criteria in REVIV tenders. And the jury of these tenders is comprised with representatives of the public entities involved in the program and also representatives of the municipality in which the property is located, which we always try to involve in the preparation of the tenders. We consider the local development strategies and interests of the interests of the local populations. So it's very important, in these tenders, it's very important, the clear definition of the concession area. So the drawings with the limits of the area to be concessioned are important document of the tender. So usually the entire property is allocated to the concession, but it's not always like this. Here I show you in this image, you see a particular case in which the property to be granted, it was only a part of a larger public property that integrates other equipments. This is Alter Stud Farm in Alter do Chão. It's one of the Revive properties already granted, and where there is horse breeding and an equestrian school. The government decided to integrate in the Revive program some equipments of this Alter Stud Farm, which were not being used, these equipments, and decided to integrate them for touristic operation in a coherent and sustainable way anchored in the equestrian thematic. So 3 built areas were identified to be granted, and the tender allowed proposals for just one of these areas, 2 of these areas, or for the 3 of these areas, and valuing the proposals which included the 3 areas. Another very important document that is part of the tender is the study of the Cultural Heritage Department, which defines the parameters for intervention in the buildings. In this image, here I show you an image of the study of Quartel da Graça, a national monument in Lisbon, and also one of the Revive properties already granted. The work in this building, in this property, must respect and comply with all the specific legislation applicable to property classified as a national monument. The Cultural Heritage Department, the Cultural Department study, which made part of the tender launched, defines 4 levels of protection in the areas of the building subject to each of these levels of protection. As you can see here, these are identified, the levels of protection are identified by colors, and we have the level 1 identified in red, which is the area of total protection. It's the maximum level of protection encompassing the elements of greatest patrimonial relevance that must be preserved. In this area, demolition or removal is forbidden, is totally forbidden. Then you have an intermediate level of protection identified in orange. It's level 2, partial protection, where the elements of greatest heritage relevance must be preserved, but is permitted the removal of some elements, for example, non-original or non-structural walls. And then you have level 3 identified in yellow. It's an area with no protection. It's the lowest level of protection, and it is specific to all existing elements with no patrimonial value. And then you have also a green area, which is identified as level 4, which identifies precarious or somewhat dissonant elements from the whole of the building, which are required to be removed. In what concerns to investment attraction for the program, so Turismo de Portugal ensures the disclosure of the Revive program, and that there is an active participation in attracting investments, namely through the website specifically created for the program, through the external teams of Turismo Portugal, which operates with the external services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in international strategic markets, through presence in international fairs, and also by developing some specific actions in international strategic markets. And to support the private investment in restoring these properties, it was also created a specific credit line, Revive credit line, so investors may access not only the European funds, but also this specific Revive line, which has 150 million euros available, It's based on a mutual guarantee system. And these are the general conditions. Maximum amount of support per property is 7.5 million euros. Investors have a 5-year grace period for repayment, and the maximum repayment term is of 20 years. More information on this credit line is available in the Revive website. You can check there if you want. Here you have so as I said, Revive has a specific site where you can consult all the information on the program, on the properties covered, tenders launched and to be launched, relevant information and information on the conditions of the financial support instruments. So as I said, at this moment, the Revive program integrates a total of 49 properties. 23 of them were already placed for public tender, and 18 are granted properties. Of these 18, 2 of them are already operating hotels. It's the case of Covento São Paulo in Elvas and Codelaria de Alter Stud Farm, as I showed you before, in Alter do Chão, both of them in Alentejo region of Portugal. These 18 granted properties represent more than 138 million euros of private investment in the recovery of public property, and also represent around 2.4 million euros in annual rents. Here you can see, in what concerns to the operating hotels, you can see images of the before and the images of the properties already recovered. What we think are the key strengths of this program? First of all, being a one-stop shop for investors. So it's because Turismo Portugal establishes contact with the private investors, acting as a single contact point for them, and answers all the questions related to the program, regardless of which of the public entity is responsible for the specific answer. And also the articulation between responsible public entities before placing properties on the market for concession. So the questions that can be raised in the licensing phase of the projects are previously analyzed and resolved by the competent entities, which means a kind of a greenway in the licensing phase of the project. And finally, the mutual understanding and trust achieved between the culture and tourism departments. It was possible to build an important relationship of trust between these two departments, each one understanding that it is necessary to, on the one hand, to enable private investment in these properties, but also that there are red lines in safeguarding the heritage that cannot be overcome in the name of investment. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not. Okay, so all being said about the Revive program, I take the opportunity to leave you with brief information about the tender that is currently open. With submission of proposals is possible until the 11th of May. And this is the tender for the concession of a property in the north of the country, in Paredes de Cora, near the border with Spain. This is a property called Casa do Outeiro, and it is an 18th century manor house. So you can check more information on the program and on this specific tender, which is open in the websites of Turismo Portugal, and also you can contact Turismo Portugal through email or by phone. And I believe this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Susana. Are you online?
Yes, hello. Hello. everyone. Hello, everyone.
So very interesting. It is a great case study for Cairo, as many properties are owned by the state. So this could be a great solution on how to use them. They now lay empty, and empty buildings cost. So this way you get a return from your properties. I mean, the last case study is quite impressive. For 13,000 euros, you could get a 2,000 square meter hotel in the north of Portugal.
But it's true, but then you have the large investment necessary to recover the property. That is the important part, is the recovery, the rehabilitation of heritage, classified heritage.
So I would like to ask you if you have done studies on the return to the cities on the sites where a Revive project happens. How it affects the economy, how it affects the tourism.
So we really don't have a study on that return, and we only have, at the moment, we only have two operating hotels so we only have two projects concluded and operating. So one of them was concluded and started operation in May 2019, and the other one in March 2020. This one had immediately to suspend activity because of the containment measures to avoid the spread of COVID. And so we don't have a real significant feedback from that one. But we have very positive feedback from almost 1 year of operation in Convento de São Paulo in Elvas. Before they also had to suspend their activity because of COVID pandemic. Not only the project gave a new life to an emblematic building of the city, but also it created a new centrality, a touristic centrality, a new centrality to the city, attracting new audiences and new services to the area. And also it promoted the regeneration of the surroundings, which is also very important. According to the operator, the hotel unit has had a very positive acceptance, not only by the customers, which is evident by not only by the good occupancy rates, but also in the quotations that they achieved in the different platforms for sharing opinions like Google, Booking and TripAdvisor. But also it has had a very positive acceptance by the population, because it became an alternative leisure to the local populations. It has a bar, it has a restaurant, it has event rooms. The hotel also develops some cultural initiatives, so the population visits and uses the place, which was vacant for many years, and it was not being used by the populations. So in addition to the recovery of this emblematic building of the region, it contributed to boost local economic activity, using local suppliers, and also the contribution of the tourists in the local commerce, and of course by the creation of the direct jobs. According to the operator, they created 25 direct jobs in cruising year. Besides the indirect employment, either through the construction of the hotel and also through the economic dynamism generated. The numbers we have of the operator is that considering an average income tax rate of 90% and social security charges rate of 11%, the operator estimates that the salaries of the employees, the direct employees, the direct employment created, represent an injection, a capital injection into the local economy of around 300,000 euros per year. These are the numbers we have from the operator and the feedback we have of the impact in the region of the project.
Very interesting. Another interesting point was the review program expedites the process of license and permits. You hear me?
Sorry, excuse me. You were saying in what concerns to the licensing phase of the project?
Yes. So,
well,
yes.
what we achieve. I'm sorry, I'm not hearing quite well, but I'm listening.
To repeat this, the importance of the way of expediting through review through your program, the permits for construction and the permits for the activation of the enterprise. As I was talking to private investors that will be talking later, and they say that one of their problems is how long it takes for the permits to happen. So,
yes, sometimes the permits take long, but what we are able to do in this review program is that before launching the tenders, we evaluate all the issues that could be raised in the licensing phase and the problems that may difficult and cause delay on the licensing phase. And we take decisions with all the competent entities, between all the competent entities, and we assume the strategy before launching the tender. So in the licensing phase, we can get, as I was saying in the presentation, a kind of a greenway, because the process it's much more brief. It's much more brief, and it has the involvement of all the public entities since the beginning. And if the investor respects the beacons established in the tender documents, it's very easy, and it's a much quicker process. I can tell you that the Convento de São Paulo, it took about 1 year, if I'm not wrong, it took about 1 year to start the operation since the conclusion of the tender.
That's great. Dr. Alan Habashi would like to ask you something.
Thank you, Susanna, for the presentation. Quite an interesting case, and I'm sure it will benefit our case in historic Cairo. I have a question on how you have, as a project, Revive, as you mentioned, how did you determine the function of each one of those buildings? Were there studies on the actual state of conservation of the historic buildings, the surrounding, the need for such function to boost the local economy? How sustainable are those functions? Was there any study for that? Because you have mentioned mostly hotels, as far as I understood, but I'm sure there were others. If you don't mind to give us a bit of a background on this topic, please. Thank you.
Okay. So as I told you, we don't define in the tenders, we don't define the projects, because we believe the investors know better which is the activity which will be the best for the concrete building and the region. At this point, the buildings we have put in it, we have the 23 placed to tender. They were large, very large buildings, and I believe that's the reason why the projects were mainly for accommodation, hotels. But when we have other properties which are much smaller and they are not vocated for accommodation projects, so we believe and we want and we will stimulate the other kind of projects. But as I said, we don't define and we don't establish the projects that we want to see developed in the building unless there is an interest, a local interest of the local region for a specific kind of activity. For instance, some of these tenders defined that they wanted accommodation projects because there was a need of the local region, this offer of accommodation, of touristic accommodation. But in most of cases, we are very open in what concerns to the project, the uses allowed. We are very preoccupied in defining what are the conditions for the intervention in the building, because we want to safeguard cultural heritage and the identity, the architectural identity of the buildings. But if we guarantee that part, that preoccupation, if we safeguard that preoccupation of safeguarding cultural heritage, we admit any project, since it has a touristic vocation, in the sense that we don't want some private houses holiday for family holidays. No, it must be open to public use. It's our main condition in the tenders in what concerns to the uses allowed. But it's true that the proposals are mainly for accommodation. I told you why we believe it's so, because it's what makes viable the large investments needed to recover these big buildings, this heritage. And we have in a brief time we are going to launch tenders for concessioning some smaller properties, and we believe it's going to diversify the uses in the proposals, the projects presented.
Thank you, Susan. Any other questions? Yes.
My question is about if there are any studies about what is the community or what is the site needs about rehabilitation of historic buildings?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. I didn't quite hear.
Is there any studies done by the project about that? What is the local community or the site needs for function of historic buildings?
Well, we don't have that study. The studies we do is the ones developed by the cultural department, and we also have the evaluation of the property, and this evaluation is made by an external entity, independent entity, and it uses the yield methods. It takes into account the period of the concession, the investment necessary for the recovery of the property, to adapt the building to the activity to be developed. And also it considers the tourist market data of in the specific region where the property is located. These are the studies we also have some historical memoirs of the buildings, but these are the main studies we do on the projects. The financial studies and the market studies more profound are made by the private investors interested in the properties, in developing these projects.
for the presentation. Very interesting. I wanted to ask you about government and like the PPP component, public-private partnership, and if there is a certain revenue share or profit share model. In one of the slides, it said that people took a grant, and for 4 years, they had a grace period, and then a profit or revenue sharing model started, or some form of rent.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you well. I'm sorry. Could you please
Okay.
repeat?
Do you hear me better now?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I think.
Thank you. I wanted to share to ask about revenue sharing models or profit sharing models in public, private partnership projects. Do you have something like?
This is not the model of a Revive program. We have in this case we have our goal is to recovery and to preserve this heritage, which why we allow the operation in these properties by private investors, because the state is not able to preserve and to make these buildings which are vacant and in a process of degradation, and they are not being used by the populations and by the tourists, and these are very important assets that the country has. So the way we found to ensure their rehabilitation and the possibility of visiting them and using them by our visitors and our populations was by concessioning them and by using these private investments, but it's not kind of a partnership. Then in the duration of the concession period, it's the operation and it's the maintenance of by the private investor, and state has the annual rent fixed and defined in the tender and according to the proposal presented by the private investor. And in the end of the concession period, the property returns it continues public property. It returns to the state, recovered and rehabilitated and being possible to be used. I don't know if I answered your.
May I still ask a question about after the 4 days period, the investor pays rent, right?
After the grace period, investor starts paying the annual rent. So it has it has it has a 4-year period of four-year grace period for for the payment of the annual rent, and then he starts paying the rent in the 5th year of contract.
How was the rent evaluated? How the amount of the rent, the payment?
The
evaluated.
So we have an external entity. We have external entities evaluating properties, and it's based on these assessments that we define the minimum annual rent for that building, and this assessment has in consideration not only the building but the activity, the best activity to be developed there. So it's the health methods, and it considers the necessary investments to recover that specific building. These are always quite large amounts, and it also considers the geographical situation of the building and the touristic data of the specific region to understand what kind of return the investor may have developing touristic activity in that region. So everything is considered in the assessments, and it's based on and of course considering the 50 years periods of the concession, during which the investment must have a return to the investor. And so considering all these data, it's defined the minimum annual rents to be paid by the concession during all the period of the concession. And then it's in the tender, it's defined on the tender, and in the price that is presented by the interested investors is one of the award criteria.
Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to draw a parallel between this case whereby ancient buildings were used as hotels with our case here in Cairo, which we have a wikalas very close by from this site. We have a huge wikala beside Al-Azhar Mosque, and we have wikalat Bazara, and we have wikalat Oda Bashi. All of these wikalas are really can work excellent as hotels. And I would like anyone here in the audience that has some sort of relation with Al-Asar, can you please accept a parallel of using such buildings as hotels, exactly as what is happening in Barcelona or whatever case it is in, yeah.
We have already some examples in Egypt. وكالة قايتباي in Gamaleya, it's rehabilitated to be a hotel, and until now we have a project to rehabilitate the police station in El Qusir to be a historic hotel of El Qusir. And there is different examples through Egypt. We made like adaptive reuse of the houses, some houses to be hotels, and we have example of Wakalat Qaidbai to be
I'm speaking about in the last 40 years, I have not seen any wikala being transferred to actual hotel or whatever use may be.
Yes.
They all stand vacant until they are dilapidated and we cannot use them. So can this be applied to the Wikala next by here? And Wakalat Qaidbai has taken more than 20 years and no return, and it has not been really done. It is still as is.
Well, I have to say, yes, I have to say it was the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities that suggested we bring Revive as a case study because they are interested in implementing similar solutions. I don't know if you want to add.
Just a comment. The delay of this decision related to legislation, Egyptian legislation, because Antiquities Protection Law, it's changed in 2018 and allowed the authority of the Minister of Antiquities or Minister of Tourism and Antiquities now to make it the decision to rehabilitate any construction to be a hotel or different cases. So it's a legal framework, but it's amended already. It's amended 2018. Okay.
Dr. El-Hawashi.
Yes, I'll go back to Susanna, since it's quite an interesting case that we all want to hear about it more because it's so applicable. In fact, you, as Pablo just said, were recommended by the Ministry of Antiquities to actually show this case because we want to do a parallel. You have in one of the slides a mentioning that you have a public engagement in the process of the procurement. And this means that the public has been already informed and also been part of the evaluation process. Is that true?
Okay, so what I say is that in the public procurement, there is a jury, and the jury is comprised by representatives of the public entities with the responsibilities over the heritage. So the cultural department, the treasury and finance department, Turismo de Portugal also, the municipalities. These are so representatives of these entities are parts of the jury of the tender, and also we have these representatives are a team which works regularly, and we have meetings, and we discuss the cases and the difficulties and the issues that each building may raise for licensing projects. We have the assessment on we have that evaluation of the property, which is an external entity that is responsible for that. These are we are all engaged on the solution for these properties, and the tenders identify questions that may be raised and points to some solutions. For instance, we have a property which had to be to reach the property. It was needed to cross by sea. You have to go by boat, and there were some questions with this way of getting there, and so we involved our authority in sea issues. Maritime issues, and so we involve them to understand how could they have be licensed the boats to cross to reach the property, and so we always involve the public entities that may be involved in the licensing phase previously to launching the tenders. So if it's needed in the tender, we have a specific rule for specific issues that are raised by that specific property. We make this kind of studies in the sense that we gather all the entities responsible for that property, and we have regular meetings, and we have specific meetings for for specific properties whenever it's needed. We meet. We have general meetings, and we also have specific meetings whenever it's necessary. So all the public entities are all very engaged in finding the solutions for the buildings, and on having all the decisions made before the tenders are launched. So when the projects are being licensed, the decisions are already articulated between the entities, and the investor can have quick answers in the licensing phase and initiate the operation with briefly whenever it has the property. I don't know if I answered the question.
I think you did. Thank you so much, Susanna. We have to move on because we start to run late again.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. And we are available to meetings if you want on this issue.
Pablo, I do have an announcement if you don't mind before you introduce our investors. Okay. اسمحوا لي بس باللغة العربية وللجميع برضو على الزوم. احنا طبعا في حضور حضراتكم او على الزوم بقى للاسف ما قدروش ياخدوا الشنطه الجميله دي اللي وزعناها واللي صممها فريق معانا هنا. موجودين اساميهم في بروشور نفتخر بيهم جدا. فده حاجه مهمه لازم نعرفها. بس على الحقيقه بشير لحاجتين جوه الشنطه. هتلاقوا طبعا البروشور اللي فيه البروجرام اللي بنشتغل عليه، وكمان بجانب البروشور في بلوك نوت. انا بقول بس البلوك نوت دلوقتي لان ده مهم جدا ان احنا نسمع اراء حضراتكم في التوصيات. احنا بنقرب جدا لنهايه الورشه الجميله دي، وبكره هنختتمها، وبعده هيبقى بس مسار في القاهره التاريخيه من البلشاني الى بيت يكن. فالحقيقه بنتمنى ان كل واحد فيكم عنده توصيه يقطع ورقه. معلش البلوك نوت هينقص ورقه، بس بليز اقطع ورقه وقدمها لنا او قدمها لاحد من المنظمين اللي موجودين اساميهم في البروشور. اشكركم شكرا جزيلا. هاخد لسه هنقول هاخد بقى الكلمه لاقدم صديقه عزيزه. بس قبل ما اقول الكلمه الحقيقه، لان اول امبارح اتقال ان بيت يكن علا وعلاء مش عارف ايه. بصراحه الموضوع مش علا وعلاء ولا بيت يكن. في العديد من المستثمرين جادين جدا موجودين على ارض الواقع، وكل واحد فيهم الحقيقه له او تصدى للعديد من المشكلات. فاحنا الحقيقه خدنا الفرصه دي ان احنا نجمع على قدر اكبر من المعرفه ان احنا نعرفهم ساده افاضل. كل واحد فيهم بيؤمن بالتراث وبيؤمن ان المدينه التاريخيه بالفعل هيبقى لها دور في المستقبل على ايديهم، حتى ولو كانت مبادره شخصيه. ولكن الان الصوت الان لازم نسمعه ونسمع التجربه دي، لان السلطات اصبحت شريكه معنا. فاخيرا ممكن ان احنا نبقى عندنا قوه. وعشان كده اقدم لكم اول مستثمره معانا مدام شهيره فهمي بالقبعه الاستثمار. لكن انا عارفين طبعا المدام شهيره فهمي لو اديتها حقها في تقديمها مش هينفع. اوريدي قدمناها من اسبوعين في بيت يكن كباحثه في التراث. فمدام شهيره لك الكلمه.
شكرا. My title is Don Quixote and the Historic City. I chose this title on purpose to honor the Spanish initiative, as well as to record the predicaments of civil society when they attempt, against all odds, to save their architectural legacy. I represent a group called Sahim. In Arabic, it means contribute, composed of 8 persons who throughout their lives were involved in the medieval city. Art historians, architects, and crafts experts. For decades, we assisted helpless to the demolition of the historic city. In 2006, we decided to do something about it and gathered whatever money we could spare to buy or rent endangered buildings. This is how we bought in the Khalifa area 2 very special examples, pictures please, of 19th century architecture. A spacious mansion, a palace actually, called Sakna Bey. We have the following picture because I don't want to take too much time. We'll have them in a row. So Sakna Bey this is the plan. And the smaller house that we call Madjafettaz, both in very poor state of repair. These are the ceiling of Saknabi. Can we go very quickly, please? To show you that it's very special architecture. It is actually very unique in Cairo in these states. The second house is Madjafettaz, and you can see it. I don't know if you see well here. It is this construction. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. This shows the facade, and this shows the back side of the house. Next slide, please. These are the floor plans of the houses in both houses. For both houses, our aim was to protect them from being demolished, as had occurred in many such mansions. In a second instance, we wanted to restore them and reuse them. We had thought that some of Sakna's spacious rooms could host, on rotation basis, my collection of dresses and crafts from all over Egypt. The idea was to allow dwellers of this popular quarter, who sometimes had still roots in the countryside, to get to know their heritage without having to go to intimidating places. I can see the people of this area going to the Gem Museum or even to the Islamic Museum, because they're very much locked into their area. We hoped for a success story, not to get returns on our money, but to prove that investing in the old city could be a rewarding project, thus encouraging other investors to do the same. I will not expand on the reuse now, but I'm open to questions later. We knew our task was going to be difficult, but this was the understatement of the century. As like Don Quixote, we were dragged in endless fights. Firstly, because of lack of documents, as has already been mentioned in this audience, the titles of ownership of such houses do not allow us to get loans from banks. Secondly, though these houses were empty when we bought them, once the deed was done, we were assailed by number of families who all claimed to be living there and wanted compensation. They were mostly very poor, so we sympathized and complied. But this was not the case of two unlawful occupants from the powerful local mafia. To evict them, we had to resort to courts, and it took us 12 years to get rid of one of them, and litigations against the second one are still going on, some 20 years after. The worst experience was that of a flat opposite the mosque of Saleh Talaya. This is the flat. I don't know if you can see it well. My pointer shows here, so it is this area. In front of the mosque of Saleh Talaya. It consists of 3 rooms in a row and 2 duplex that we rented from the Awqaf and called Dar es-Saleh. When we applied to the Ministry of Waqf to replace the previous tenant, we had, by law, to pay a large sum of money called Gadak. Apart from this large amount, the Awqaf also discovered that the previous owner had defaulted on part of the lease money. So they required, if we wanted to keep the same rent, that we repay this debt retroactively. However, once this agreement done, they still raised the rent tenfolds. Of course, we sued them, but proceedings have been dragging for the past 10 years, and we are still waiting for the final judgment. Meanwhile, we have to pay. On the other hand, as soon as we started working on Dar es-Saleh, we were stopped by the Ministry of Antiquities. The slides that you see in here are the way we want to furnish Dar es-Saleh. I will mention it in a second. This was a shock, as we knew that only the facade was classified. However, it appeared that shortly after we rented these units, the interior had also been classified. Negotiation took some 2 more years, during which work stopped, as they threatened to file a complaint and jail me. Finally, we ended with a compromise. We surrendered the premises for the ministry to do the work, and they promised to return them within 4 months. However, these works lasted on and off for more than 4 years and have as yet not been completed. Meanwhile, since we knew that the building was classified, we also had to apply for permission from the Lajna Daima, the permanent committee that gives permission to work on antiquities, to resume works. We have been applying 2 years ago, and we are still waiting. During all these years, when we could not work, we still had to pay rent to the Awqaf, plus the agreed upon installments for the Gadak, plus the years of rent unpaid by our predecessor. We sometimes had deadlines we could not meet, mainly because of the events of 2011 and their impact on the economy. But irrespective of this national crisis, the Awqaf still insisted on getting interest on late payments. To date, the place is unlivable. It is not as what I'm showing you now. This is our project. Without bathrooms or kitchens and completely unfurnished. But irrespective of all this, the tax department refused to acknowledge that we had not started our activities. In spite of the fact that upon their request, we produced electric bills amounting to less than £80 a month, showing that we're not working, because £80 a month is just a little lamp at the night. We were still taxed because our street neighbors, they stated that we were active. So this is the criteria for the tax department. They asked the neighbors, we don't know who in the neighborhood. It could be no one. So we were obliged to pay some £100,000 in taxes for a project that never started. The depreciation of the pound added to our financial problems. And today, though we still hope to be implementing the Dar es Saleh project, pending the approval of the permanent committee, which takes years, we do not know how we can fund the restorations of the 2 large houses. Here I would like to stop simply to show you the kind of furniture I showed you that is very simple, because unfortunately up to now, when people do furnishing in what is called Islamic style, they do horrible Orientalist, bad execution of furniture that has nothing to do with our tradition. So what I showed you shows the use of traditional things, like for example, the tray in here, or the bases. Can we have the next slide, please? The sofas and whatever, the sofa, but also it is very simple and it's not over inlaid and overworked. Okay? So now that we are not knowing whether we can restore the 2 large houses, like Don Quixote, we have lost our battle against the windmills and resigned ourselves to the fact that we will assist, helpless, to the gradual deterioration of these 2 properties. Our only consolation is that we have had the honor, and I'm saying the honor, of saving them from being pulled down during the frenzy that followed 2011. The initiative of the Prime Minister has revived our hopes. So maybe our fate will be happier than that of the Caballero. Thank you for your attention.
شكرا مدام شهيرة محرز. أنا آسف أنا غلطت في الاسم وأنا بقدم حضرتك، أنا آسف جدا من كتر أولا انفعالي باللي بيحصل، وطبعا أنا متأكد إن حضراتكم هتسمعوا التجارب وكل واحدة فيها حاجات توجع القلب. يعني انا عرضت بيت يكن بشكل متفائل جدا لاني نسيتها ومش عايز افتكرها، وهي معايا كل يوم فاصبحت نمط حياه، زي ما هي نمط حياه لحضرتك دلوقتي، وزي ما هي نمط حياه لعائله محبه اخرى. تسمحي حضرتك ان انا اقدمها من بعد حضرتك. عائله شريف عبد المجيد اللي هتقدمها لنا اليوم امينه شريف عبد المجيد وشركه جايا في تجربتهم في درب اللبانه. نسمعها.
Good evening, good morning, good morning, everyone. My name is Amina Abdel Megid, and I am very privileged and very happy to be standing here today. There are so many people in the audience that I feel great appreciation for. Someone who I consider family, and someone who I consider a great uncle, and many people, as you will see when we move ahead. May I have the next slide, please? I am standing here today because of this abandoned building on the left. In 2006, my father, Sharif Abdel Megid, he's wearing sunglasses and sitting here. He went on a tour in historic Cairo. I believe it was with Ahmed al-Bandari, right? And he visited Darb al-Labbana, and he stumbled upon this abandoned house. And he fell in love with the area. He was charmed by the house and by the total area. Since 2006, and now it's almost 15 years, he has been mobilizing friends, family, and getting the encouragement and support of someone who I consider my grandmother, Tante Shahira, to continue acquiring abandoned buildings mainly with heritage value in the area. May I have the next slide, please? This is the Bimaristan, this is the main Iwan of the Bimaristan and Muayyad Sheikh. And I am happy to say that before they even renovated it, I was standing on the sands of this building when I went on a tour with college friends. Next, please. This is Darb al-Labbana. This is the area we work in. It's a beautiful area, and I think it looks, I don't know if you will agree with me, but I think it looks like kind of heart-shaped. Let's keep that in mind. Our dream is to see the heart of historic Cairo beating again. To me, this is the heart, and our project's name is The Heart of Historic Cairo Beats Again. Next, please. In addition to this, I will share a personal story. Next, please. I have been aiming to do filmmaking now for almost 15 years. And 12 years ago, my first attempt, I think it was more video art. was in Darb al-Labbana in the same abandoned house. Here it is. You can see even there was so many, there was a lot of trash, a lot of rubble. The palm trees in the background are dead probably, or were dead by the time. This was 12 years ago. Can we have the next slide, please? This was in September this year. This was my first short film. It's a fiction short film, 15 minutes, and it was about a girl longing to go back to her heritage. Next, please. This was I filmed also in Darb al-Labbana. Can we go back again, please? Okay, so this was in Darb al-Labbana. And I want to thank Dr. Ala for the coming 2 slides. Next, please. Because I approached him and asked him if I could film in Beit Yakan, and he generously allowed me without any financial return. So thank you so much for this, for making this accessible to me and my volunteer production team. Next, please. So this is Beit Yakan. Next, thank you. In addition, this is the thesis that my brother did in Goldsmiths University, London. It was also about Darb al-Labbana. Next, please. Okay, our vision, now I come to the vision. As Gaia, as a property owner in this area, we want vibrant, conserved historic districts that foster social, intellectual, cultural, and creative capital. Next, please. This is what we own at the moment. We have 2,500 square meter footprint, and we want to develop it into 3 main things, or some of it into 3 main components: food court and staycations, a mixed-use project which Dr. Nairi Hampikian, she's not here today, but she designed it. And third is an Arabic language institute, because language is very important, and our language is slipping away. So we need to have this, definitely. Third thing is that after we develop this, we still have around 1,000 square meter footprint, which we are open for discussions for partnerships with. Next, please. Now we come to the benchmarks of historical districts around the world. This is all an internet research, so it's accessible to all. You can probably find it online. Next, please. Okay, so we have these 4 examples. Next, please. Okay, we have a village called Saint-Paul-de-Vence in the French Riviera. It's on top of a mountain. And next, please. And it's almost 7.3 square kilometers. It has a population of nearly 4,000 people, 3,500 people. It has 8 hotels, boutique, all of them boutique hotels, 23 shops, 20 restaurants, 2 gourmet food stores, and 3 gelaterias. We keep doing this all the time, keep researching how to have a mixed-use space, or a space that has lots of momentum. Next, please. Needing to say, Darb al-Labbana is only 42,500 square meters, so 7.3 kilometers is really big. Next, please. Next, please. This is a hotel. It's family run. It's in Saint-Paul-de-Vence, and it's I think Picasso stayed there at some point. Next, please. Okay, this is the Le Marais in Paris. Le Marais is almost 5 times the size of Darb al-Labbana. They have, we can see here, if you'd like to take a couple of moments to look at the slide, the activities, yeah. Next, please. We have the Dubrovnik Old City. There is not much information here, just pictures, but we can go through it quickly. And this is only one example of the old port of Montreal. Um, the old port has a website of its own, exactly like Saint Paul de Vence. Thing is, if we have a website for historic Cairo, a collective website for historic Cairo, for all of the wonderful projects, this would help with tourism, would help with creating momentum. So that's a recommendation I would like to give. This is a place I visited with my cousin when I was in Montreal. It's a 200-year-old building, which they turned into a jazz scene and bistro, meeting hall, and it has an amazing atmosphere. And next, please. This is I come to the end of my presentation, and again, Darb al Labbana, our project is called "The Heart of Historic Cairo Beats Again." Thank you very much.
I promised Pablo that he will introduce Karim Shafai because he's the one who actually called him, but I couldn't hold to express emotions. Okay. بجد. Thank you. أنا مش هشكرك أنت بس يا أمينة، أنا هشكر شريف لأن هو الحقيقة نجح إنه يعمل حاجة أنا فشلت فيها، إنه تريكروت أمينة ومصطفى towards heritage. فارس وزياد أبنائي لسه بعاد. شكرا.
So now it's the turn for Karim Shafei. He is the CEO of the Ismailia Real Estate Investment Company. And they currently don't work in historic Cairo. They work in, well, he will say exactly the name, but the problems they face are very similar to problems that are being faced in historic Cairo. And I think his intervention will be very interesting. So welcome, Karim.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Karim Shafai. I'm the chairman and co-founder of Ismailia. We're a company specialized or founded around the concept of restoring the buildings in downtown Cairo and reviving the district. Let me just take a step back and say that when we started doing building up Ismailia, the idea was came from a group of people who love downtown, the architecture, the urban fabric, and we believe that the only way to really save this deteriorating area and revive that heritage was to turn it into an economic project. An economic project that had at the heart of it, its economic interest was to restore those buildings and revive the area. So we wanted, the idea that we had is that nobody's going to invest in buildings just for the sake of buildings. They have to be able to return an economic return of some sort that would justify the restoration and the maintenance of the buildings going forward. And this is where the social responsibility and interest of the investors can be aligned. We established the company in 2008, and since then we've acquired 25 buildings in downtown Cairo. Our vision for the area, other than the restoration of the buildings themselves, is to have like all downtowns around the world, it's a place where the different socioeconomic segments can meet. It's a place that is welcoming for people from different walks of life, not only from Cairo, but from the whole of the nation, as well as welcoming to people coming from abroad. So it's really a very open center where different people can meet. Everybody's welcome. Everybody feels equally awkward or equally weird. We also see downtown as a creative hub, an innovation hub. It's a place where people who want to try new things would come to try their new ideas there, and people who are seeking everything that is new and innovative would come here. So it should be really a reflection of the contemporary Egyptian identity at heart. Um, I'm not going to dwell too much on the company, and eventually we're going to get to the challenges, but I wanted to give you a flavor of how we operate, what we do, and what we stand for, so that you understand why we have the problems that I'm going to show you at the end. Our process is simple. We buy the buildings in the beginning. I'm saying simple. It's horrible to buy a building because usually we buy from up to 50, 60, 70 heirs. They're not talking to one another. They don't have any understanding of how to sell a building. So it's a really long process, but let's say we acquire it. Then we assess it from an architectural, civil, and engineering aspect, but we also study the history of the building, whether it's documented or an oral history. Then we restore the buildings. Usually what we do is we restore the exteriors and the core to what they looked like before. And then we redo the interiors of the units so that they can serve the contemporary needs of a user, which is the repurposing. And then eventually we talk about reviving the community in downtown. So if I want to split really what we do into two aspects, one would be restoring the buildings themselves, and I'm going to show you some examples of that, and then reviving the area and what are we doing to revive it. We focus on commercial uses. So we repurpose the buildings for residential use, offices, retail and entertainment and hospitality, such as hotels and so forth. Okay, quickly, why downtown Cairo? One, it's an experience that doesn't exist elsewhere in terms of architectural heritage, and it's a beautiful urban plan. Downtown has been planned very well from the very beginning. It's the only place in Cairo that still has a functional sidewalk, and people actually respect the traffic lights. It's really the heart of the city. I'm sorry, I'm not taking away from you what you said, but it's the heart of the city in the sense that the main metro station, main train station, bus station are in downtown Cairo. The main arteries that link east, west, north, and south are passing through downtown Cairo. It's very accessible. It is still the most cosmopolitan part in Cairo. People can talk about Zamalek, Maadi being cosmopolitan, but I personally think that downtown has a much wider spectrum of the different societies that live in Cairo. Again, it has always been the center for the contemporary identity of Egypt. So even if we talk about all the revolutions that happened in Egypt in 1919, in 1952, the riots in the 70s, 2011, every revolution that happened in Egypt happened at the heart of the city. It has always been the center for political action. And it's a place of opportunities because unlike other neighborhoods that you might talk about, like Maadi, Zamalek, Heliopolis, etc., it has deteriorated, and for a very long time it has been abandoned. The commercial part is alive, but the residential part has been dead for years. So our vision is a downtown for all. Can we do the next slide? Some iconic properties that we own very quickly. These are some of those buildings. I'm going to run through them quickly. La Viennoise is a building that we restored, and we fit it now with a new tenant. 350 employees have moved in there. The building, as you can see at the top, was before it was completely dilapidated. We had tenants that had brought down the facade and built storefronts. It took us about 8 years to be able to start working on the building, and it took us 3 years to restore it. When I went to buy this building, I got locked inside because there were some thugs living in the backyard, and they locked me inside, and we had to call the police to break down the wall, the door to get me out. So this just to give you an idea of the struggles we had to go through. We were threatened to be burnt alive. Our cars would be burnt. I mean, all sorts of threats you can imagine. One of the tenants here actually pulled out a knife when I was walking in. They beat up our lawyers. It was just a disaster. That's one building out of 25, just to say. Can we do the next slide, please? This is a video we can skip. It's about the Vinoise. I don't want to take too much of your time, so I'm going to skip that one. Let's go to the next slide. Cinema Radio is another one, and this is a very good example of how we repurpose buildings. Cinema Radio is divided into two buildings. One is the one at the front, the white one. It has always been offices. Now we've turned it back into offices. We've added a new elevator. Whenever we add a new element, we make sure that it's really contrasting with the old ones, so there is no confusion about the time where this has been installed. But we took the theater. The theater industry in Egypt has largely died. We had a huge theater industry that over the years, for some reason, died. But what we did is we hosted the Bassem Youssef show and the Abla Fahita show. So it's a way to revive the theater industry, but using something that is contemporary and more relevant to our modern times. Can we go to the next slide? This is the old French consulate. This is a picture, a recent picture. This was taken about 2 weeks ago. The building, we bought it from the French embassy, and those two pictures are from the past. We're turning it into a co-working space, which can host up to 400 people. So it's really, we're adapting, again, the building to a modern approach. The idea of closed offices is slowly shifting, and co-working spaces and open shared collaborative spaces are replacing that. COVID has even expedited the need for such spaces. This space will be open officially in about a week, and it can host up to 400 people. This is an apartment that we turned into an Airbnb concept. It's a testing. It's a test that we're doing. It was a major success. So now we're turning another entire building and a few more apartments in the same location. Next. These are buildings in the pipeline. We got the licenses for those about a month and a half ago. So we're now starting to refurbish those. This one is going to be small and medium offices. And the next one is going to be residential, small residential apartments, 1 to 2 bedrooms, maximum 70, 80 square meters per unit, with a small hospitality concept on the rooftop and a restaurant, if we can get the license for that. Now, I talk a little bit about the activities that we do to revive downtown Cairo. And we really focused on art. The reason why we went to art, there are very few activities in life that do not separate between people based on their economic capabilities. If I open a restaurant, it will always favor one economic segment over the other, either too expensive or too cheap. The same with hotels, the same with residential apartments or clothing stores. But there are 3 activities that don't separate between people. Politics, and don't get involved with that, sports, and then the third one is art. So we really leveraged that as a way to revive downtown Cairo. These are all different events that we have done. In Ismailia, we do over 100 events every year. From very small things like a quick book signing event to Cairo Photo Week, which lasted for about a week. It had 100 talks and 10 exhibitions and so forth. Art d'Egypte is something that happens that we do every year. In cooperation with Art d'Egypte, we do a tour in downtown. DCAF is an interdisciplinary art festival that happens every year for 3 weeks. It attracts up to 50,000 people. Cairo Runners was another event where we did a running tour of downtown. Then these are cooperations. The ones I showed you are cooperations with others. Now we have our own initiatives. The tour is a guided tour of downtown that happens every Friday for a couple of hours. It's a fun one. It's not. It talks about architecture, but also anecdotal stories about what happened in one of building or different ways of looking at an architecture of a building, telling stories about the residents and so forth. DCAF, I just spoke about it. It's the Downtown Contemporary Art Festival. Dakhli is something that where we rent our spaces to for photo shoots, advertisements, movies, video clips for songs, etc. And the reason why we did Dakhli, beside that it's a revenue stream for us, what's more important is we're trying to make the general population that are not aware of downtown be very comfortable with the visuals of downtown and be emotionally connected to them. And this is just a quick video showing you where we have featured our buildings.
Life could be a dream, life could be a dream. Do, 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 shaboom. Life could be a dream if I could take it.
الفكرة جت من العمارات اللي بنشوفها في ايطاليا وفي اسبانيا والناس بتقف في البلكونات تغني لبعض. لما فكرنا هنعمل ده فين ما لقيناش حتة أحلى من وسط البلد.
Okay, so these were all taken in some of our buildings, in one of our buildings. They featured everything from music videos to fashion photo shoots to mini-series and so forth. This is the last example. This is a project that we did a few years ago. We took fonts that are used in store signs or menus or things are always related to the time where they're being used. So we did a project where we documented fonts from the storefronts in downtown. We took a few of those and we extrapolated the entire alphabet out of them. So we would find, for instance, building signs calling EZs. So we took the rest of this and we designed the rest of the alphabet and we left those as an open source online for designers to use. And actually we developed 5 fonts and they've been used in so many occasions afterwards from, I remember off the top of my head, movie titles, clip songs that were being played, the titles, storefronts have reused them and so forth. Okay, so now this is the story of Ismailia and what we do and what we've done so far. Now I'd like to tell you the challenges that we face. The first challenge that we face is the absence of a vision for downtown. Now the government in Egypt does not have a vision for downtown. Every new governor, every new minister of housing comes with a new idea. Let's turn it into a touristic place. Let's turn it into a pedestrian place. We want it to be commercial, we want it to be offices, and each one comes with that vision and without even putting the regulatory framework that supports that vision. So today, if you want to get a license for a restaurant, you cannot get one in downtown. So we lack a vision for downtown, a vision that is implemented by the government, but with participation from the actual users of downtown. The second thing that we have a problem with are operating licenses, whether we're trying licenses at large, whether we're trying to refurbish a place. It takes us anywhere between a year to 2 years to get a license to refurbish a place. Even though we have all our documentation, all our consultants, our money is ready to invest, we have the tenants, it could take us up to 2 years to get a license. When we talk about operating licenses to get a place to become a hotel or a restaurant, it's a nightmare. There's a major problem with available electricity in downtown. Most of those buildings were fitted with smaller capacities than what is needed today to operate a normal building. And sometimes there is no space to put new electric converters, which we are happy to pay for, but there's no place to put them. So we're struggling to make our buildings meet the requirements of energy requirements. knowing that we also design our reuse to minimize the consumption of electricity. And still with that, we are unable to get the right electricity. The permits for the work I already spoke about. We operate in rent-controlled buildings where the tenants in the building are responsible for a portion of the maintenance fees. But first of all, they don't pay those fees. And the second thing is that there are no standards for maintenance. So if the elevator breaks down, the tenants are unwilling to pay for it, and the government is not forcing them to fix it. And then finally, providing places for pedestrians. Everybody's talking about pedestrianization of downtown. Let's turn downtown into pedestrian area. We as a developer think that this is not a very good idea. Pedestrianization of areas kills the top part of the building. The commercial functions very well, but the top part of the building does not work because nobody wants to have an office in the middle of a walking district. My client is going to be dropped off in Tahrir and is going to walk in a full suit in July at 45 degrees to come to my office. Meanwhile, downtown has a network of pedestrian passages that links down the Tahrir Square all the way to Ramsey Square. 137 passages that are now being occupied with the wrong uses. Some of them are blocked, some of them are occupied with warehouses, storage of goods and so forth. So one of the problems that we have is that we are trying to reopen those passages because there is a beautiful pedestrian experience that you can have in downtown Cairo, and there's no need to close up streets. That's it for my presentation. You can skip the last 2 slides. It's just details of what I just spoke. And I'm happy to take any questions later on. Thank you.
شكرا كريم. سعيدين جدا اصلا بالعرض بتاع حضرتك، وكلنا لامسين تاثير الاسماعيليه على الداون تاون اريا، كلنا لامسين ده الحقيقه، ونتمنى ان التاثير ده يكبر. والحقيقه انتوا اديتونا سابقه للقاهره التاريخيه انها لها امل، يمكن امل يمكن مختلف شويه في مفرداته وشكله، ولكن لازم نشتغل عشان نثبت برضه ان القاهره التاريخيه لها القيمه المماثله ويمكن كمان تتعداها للقاهره الخديويه. مش في تنافس، بس الحقيقه زي ما قالت امينه احنا بنتكلم على قلوب ومش قلب واحد كافي. احنا عندنا قلوب كثيره من مدام شهيره لامينه وعائلتها والاسماعيليه واحنا كلنا. بس احب كمان اعرض قلب اضافي موجود معانا ولا لا. محمد سعفان، معرفش راح فين. محمد؟ اوكي. عبال ما يحط السلايدز بتاعته، انا لما كلمته الحقيقه قلت له ما تجيبش صور، تعالى اتكلم من القلب. فالظاهر غار من العروض، فهيحط كام سلايد انا متاكد يعني. محمد وزوجته العزيزه دخلوا عليا في بيت يكن وعرض نفسه كطيار. فاهلا بالطيار واهلا بزوجة الطيار. الحقيقه بس هو طيار فعلا، بس بالفعل محب جدا للتراث كعائله، ولما جالي كان بغرض معين وهدف محدد جدا، هو انه عايز اشتري بيت تراثي. واشترى البيت التراثي واشترى 2 في منطقه الدرب الاحمر بتجربه الحقيقه فريده. اللي عجبني جدا في محمد اصراره ومالوش دعوه، انا هشتغل. نسمع محمد هيقول ايه في تجربته في الدرب الاحمر. اتفضل يا محمد.
شكرا دكتور علاء. The journey started 5 years ago. We left Dr. Shahira and Dr. Ala, and we've been always in deep love to particular city. And sorry, I did not prepare a presentation, but I have photos. I have more to say than to present. So 2016, we sold our house. It was a big house with a garden, and we wanted to invest into making a nice boutique hotel in Gamaleya. But all the plans got ruined because of the devaluation, so the deal stopped after we sold our house, and that was a big problem. Basically, we lost half of the value of our money, and we had to rush into buying a few or three small properties. One of them was an apartment in this building, which we turned into an Airbnb apartment. Fortunately, it turned to be the top ranking in Cairo. It has been always booked, and Airbnb always use our photos in their marketing seminars as an example of what people are doing in Cairo. If you are an Airbnb host and you log into your account, you could see the photos of our apartment. So millions of hosts have been seeing our apartment whenever they log into their dashboard. So I would consider this a big success by Iman. She's a brilliant interior designer. She's the mastermind and the muscles. So too bad she's not here because she just traveled to Norway in the morning, and she would have loved to be here and meet these wonderful, this wonderful crowd. We did two projects, and all the historic properties are pending. We didn't do anything with the historic properties yet for several reasons. I will come to them when we discuss the challenges that are many. This is another Airbnb apartment that we did in Maadi. That's the downtown apartment. The downtown apartment. Here we go to Suq Salah, one of the biggest challenges we have. Dr. Ala introduced us to this house actually before Dr. Ala, but it was a long journey, and like it took a year and a half to secure this house. The previous owner wanted to destroy it. Actually, it has a demolition order from 1992 after the earthquake. So first challenge is to fix it. You cannot acquire a permission easily. The order is to keep or shore the ground floor and remove the upper floors. There is another floor that's not showing. So basically, instead of being keen into preserving the only house in Suq Salah that has remaining, that's still with mashrabiyas and with Roman columns inside, and it's from the 17th century. They unfortunately do not recognize that it has a value and might be one of the most precious architectural elements in the street. So one of the things we had to do last year is that once we saw more cracks happening in the house, we rushed into shoring it, and we did it without permission. And then it was lots of back and forth. We got caught, and we had to do it. And you know, the problem, if you apply for permission, they will tell you, no, you have to destroy this and you have to keep that. But how can you shore the upper floor? That's challenging. It's not possible, basically. So you had to give tea to people, like, you know, in the Egyptian culture. So people drank tea, unfortunately. And we managed to shore it, which was a big problem for us, financially, a big burden in the midst of the COVID economic consequences. When you basically, if you're dependent in tourism and Airbnb, and you lose all of that in 2020, and suddenly you find cracks in a house like this, you have to prioritize stabilizing the house, which kept me separated from my family for a few months because we could not afford living in Egypt uh, and paying for expensive schools. So we had the whole family had to struggle for this. Um, next, please. Next. Um, so we hope that in the work progress that's going to happen with South Street, that will get support by the government to fix this house. Um, or else it would be a shame that we voted from people who wanted to demolish it and then it would crumble while it's in our custody. Another property that we acquired is in Bab el Wazir, Darb al Ahmar, and it's registered as in the urban harmony as a special property. Well, to be fair, in Upper Egypt, you find way more special properties than this. So let's hope that one day the government would pay more attention to properties in Upper Egypt, because this mashrabaya pretty much reminds me of many mashrabayas that come from Upper Egypt. And Bula as well, we hope that, because we keep forgetting about Bula, so I would love to grab your attention that Bula is crumbling. Sorry for being distracted. This is called Beit Sokar, and it's in a very good condition compared to the other house. And we have plans to do food and beverage in the ground floor. It has a cute courtyard inside the house, and it's perfect for hospitality business to do Airbnbs as well. So that's the plan. A third house and a third problem. This is the view from our window from our house in Mu'izz Street. So it's right where the street splits by Abdurrahman Kadkhoda Sabil. And as you know, the street of Mu'izz is lacking any decent food and beverage options. So we were eager to start doing something once we got this house from Awqaf in 2016. But now we are in court against Awqaf because they want us out of the house. And there's a problem that here in Egypt, court cases take a very long time to be solved, as Dr. Shahira said. But there should be some exceptions from the government for people who want to do something and develop in the historic city. Because basically this house has been for 4 or 5 years without maintenance, because nobody would invest money in a house that can be taken from him. That's first of all. Second, it's a loss for the street to not have a decent place for tourists. Tourists are in desperate need for a nice place to dine and clean bathroom to enter, and lots of things that do not exist in the most important street in the historic city, and the first street that was built when they built the city 1,000 years ago. So it's tragic as well, because it's a big amount of money that's locked and we cannot generate income out of it. I think that's it. Yeah. So instead of concentrating our efforts in doing some progress with what we have in the historic city, we are diverting to downtown, which is, of course, a good thing, but downtown is going to survive no matter what. There are people who are interested in downtown and they will manage to keep it in shape. But the number of investors that are working or trying to do something with the historic city are very limited, and we need to multiply this number by 20 or 30 to achieve something quickly before more houses crumble. So yeah, that's it. We need to work out a system to make it easy for investors to acquire properties, because usually the kind of problems you find when you're buying a house is that the ownership is complicated. The Sus Silah house, even when we bought it, we got it immediately after the owner died. He died with it when we were doing the negotiations, and we had to buy from several people. One of them was in prison, and so it's not easy if you find a nice property that you want to save in the historic city that you can manage to acquire it. So that's a big problem. And another issue is, of course, the shape, that it will cost you more money to fix the house than what you pay to acquire it. So there should be something done by the government to subsidize. I don't know, but like you see in Italy, you can buy a house for €1, and so maybe you can provide housing for people who are not interested in living in those houses. Most of these houses are empty, and that's the case in downtown as well. It's not residential anymore. People are trying their best to leave the historic city, but instead we should try to make it attractive for the people to stay in, and for handcraftsmen to continue working, and for their businesses to thrive. And basically that's what we're doing. We're not just trying to make money here. We're trying to work with the community, make businesses, handcraftsmen continue what they're doing, reuse. Everything that we're using in our Airbnbs is either vintage items, reclaimed elements, or something made by handcraftsmen. So money can be done anywhere. Money can be done can be made in the desert if you just are seeking to do investments. But it should be, of course, it's rewarding. But what we need to do is get people who have something toward the historic city, and get them to invest and facilitate and try to kill those challenges as soon as possible, because the more you wait, the more you lose. Thank you.
Thank you محمد، شكرا جزيلا، الكلام كله من القلب. الحقيقه احنا يمكن غلطنا شويه ان احنا سمينا البانل ده بانل اوف انفسترز. هو طبعا انفسترز، ماني از نوت كرايم، مال الحلال يا جماعه. بالعكس، يعني لازم التوازن يحصل. بس الحقيقه لو قعدنا صياغه البرنامج فمتهيألي ممكن نخليها investors from the heart، ما هياش بس investment. أشكركم جميعا على تقديمكم للعروض. أنا عارف إن إحنا we're just on time for a break، مش كده؟ Is that correct? And then we come back for the debate. Is that true, or do we have few more moments for debate? Sorry? اوكي فيعني الكو بارتنر بتاع البرنامج بيقول لي خلينا في دقيقتين نتكلم، فيلا اوكي. انا عارف الموضوع هيبقى طويل. في اتفضل دكتوره دجيره، الاول يسمح لي نسمعها.
انا تعلق بالقطاع الحكومي، نسبه كبيره منها تتعلق بالقطاع الحكومي. وانا مش هتكلم بقى عن موظف حكومي دلوقتي، انا هتكلم كمواطن على اطلاع ببعض الامور يمكن مش كل الناس مطلعه عليها. كان بتواجهنا صعوبات وتحديات تشريعيه في الفتره اللي فاتت، زي قانون الاستثمار، زي قانون حمايه الاثار، زي عده قوانين تم تعديلها في السنتين الاخرين، لدرجه ان عايز اقول لكم ان وزاره الماليه بقى فيها ديبارتمنت مخصوص اسمه البي بي بي عشان يتواصل مع كل الوزارات، ويبقى في بارتنرشيب في استغلال في كل الجهات الحكوميه. فده يعني ده توجه احنا ما شفناهوش قبل كده. الدنيا فعلا بتتغير وفي تسهيلات كتير بتحصل يمكن مش واصله، فده ممكن احنا نوصله، يعني آلية نوصل للمستثمرين ان في آليات جديده ظهرت يعني يقدروا يوصلوا لها تسهل كل الحاجات اللي بتواجههم.
ضلي
مش هطول بس عشان الموضوع ده مش نفعل. يعني هي حاجه بجد بانشنج زي ما انت قلت فعلا. العروض اللي اتعملت طبعا واضح تاثير شديد على كل الناس اللي فيهم انا بعد شويه هشتري جديد. اللي انا بقترحه على الناس اللي انترستد شديده في بروجكت ان نعمل كايند اوف اسوسيشن للناس لانه نقدر مثلا نستفيد من تجربه كريم في اللايسنسنج، نقدر نستفيد من تجربه علاء في الفورتشون والحاجات اللي زي كده. فانا بقترح ان احنا ممكن نعمل اسوسيشن للانفستورز تو بي بارت.
حد تاني عنده؟ بليز. انا بس مش هدي ميكروفوني لحد خالص، مش هسيبه.
انا عندي بس سؤالين للاستاذ زكريا. ايه عشان احنا عندنا في اسكندريه شويه اللي حضراتكم بتقوموا بيه شركه سيجما بتعمله في اسكندريه، فانا بقالي اسبوعين شغالين شويه في دوكيومنتيشن في شارع فؤاد، وده اهم منطقه اشتغلت عليها شركه سيجما. بس كان عندي سؤال، حضراتكم لما بتشتغلوا في اي عماره او اي مبنى هل بتعملوا له دوكيومنتيشن؟ لان الفتره المعماريه دي بالذات كان كل مهندس معماري بيحط العلامه بتاعته وتاريخه، واساسا اللي كان بيبنيها كان بيبقى ليه قصه. فلو ده بتقوموا بيه يا ريت حضرتك تعرفنا بيه، لان ده مهم في الشق التراثي والحفاظ عليه. ولو مش بتقوموا بيه فيا ريت تقوموا بيه. وده السؤال الاولاني. السؤال الثاني، حضرتك كمستثمر ليه دايما وسط البلد هو اللي بيجذبك اكتر في عمليه الاستثمار، مش المناطق اللي هي فيها الستايل الشعبي زي ما احنا بنتكلم على القاهره التاريخيه؟ وقبل ما حضرتك تجاوب بس كان عندي كومنت للاستاذ محمد، انه اديت اللي حضرتك بتصممه لما انا كنت بعمل الماجستير اول ما عرفت الدكتور علاء كان هو عامل لنا مشروع كده رسم، فكنت انا في المجموعه المسؤوله ان احنا نرصد البيت ونحاول نحط مقترحات وترميمه. فانا بجد متاثره جدا انه حضرتك دلوقتي مشتركه فيه.
ردا على السؤال الاولاني، احنا فعلا بنحاول نعمل دوكيومنتيشن على قد ما نقدر. الدوكيومنتيشن بتاعتنا بتبقى باشكال مختلفه. اولا بندوكيومنت الوضع الحالي للعقار من الناحيه المعماريه والانشائيه بتاعته. بنحاول نطلع كل المستندات بتاعت الملكيه بتاعته عشان نتريس الملكيه القديمه بتاعته، لدرجه ان احنا بنرجع للقلعه بنطلع من القلعه مستندات الملكيه اللي كانت قبل فتره معينه 1940 او 1930. عندنا عقود بالفرنساوي مكتوبه من 1800 الى اخره. بنحاول ان احنا نطلع اي دوكيومنتيشن، اي صور كانت موجوده، ساعات بتبقى في مجلات، ساعات بتبقى افلام عربيه معديه فبنلاقي المكان، بنلاقي بنحاول نلم مثلا في السينما الراديو كان عندنا تذكره من التذاكر القديمه، كان عندنا منيو بتاع ريستورانت تشيل من المنطقه، فبنحاول نلم الحاجات دي وبنحاول ندوكيومنت الاورال هيستوري. مدام مارجريت اللي عايشه في الدور الثالث بتحكي لنا قصص اللي حصلت زمان، البواب بتاع العماره اللي الناحيه الثانيه الى اخره. احنا مش اكاديميين وتعاقدنا في وقت من الاوقات مع اكاديميين عشان يعملوا الموضوع ده بشكل منظم. للاسف المشروع ما قامش، بس احنا بنجمع الحاجات دي على امل ان في وقت من الاوقات نقدر نديها لحد اكاديمي يقدر يحولها الى مشروع حقيقي. نمره 2 ايه اهتمامنا بوسط البلد؟ الصراحه يعني انا كنت بحب وسط البلد عشان بحب وسط البلد، فابتديت من هناك يعني. يمكن لو كنت انا قلبي راح ناحيه القاهره التاريخيه والاسلاميه كنت يمكن رحت ناحيتها يعني، بس ده صدفه ان احنا اتجمعنا وعملنا الانفستمنت بتاعنا هناك. and we think from a commercial point of view غالبا الريتيرنز بتاعتها هتبقى اسرع واسهل شويه.
اوكي، في سؤال مرهام.
أنا منبهرة جدا جدا بكمية التجارب اللي كانت موجودة، هقول للأسف في القاهرة بس، وأنا حابة
عشان اسكندرانيه قولي كمان.
عشان أنا اسكندرانية يعني، بس أنا دايما تفكيري دلوقتي عايزة تفكيري يبقى دي كايرونايزيشن، خلينا نسميها كده، ونبتدي يبقى التطلع بره القاهرة أو بره المدن الكبيرة عامة. اعتقد ممكن سؤالي عامه للانفسترز يعني، هل تم التواصل معاكم من ناس بره القاهره عايزين يستفيدوا بالتجارب بتاعتكم ولا لا؟ هل حاولتم ان انتم تستثمروا بره القاهره؟ وثالث سؤال، هل انتم حاولتوا ان انتم تتواصلوا مع الجهات الحكوميه علشان تشاركوهم بالمشاكل والصعوبات اللي انتوا بتلاقوها، وبناء عليها لو هتكلم مثلا على القسم القانوني عندكم محاميين او كذلك بيبتدوا يحطوا زي عرض لتغيير بعض اللوائح او بعض القوانين علشان تسهل لكم، وكذلك برضو تسهل مستثمرين من بعدكم مش بس في القاهره لكن كمان في مدن ثانيه في مصر، علشان تقدروا ان انتوا تتفادوا الصعوبات اللي بتقابلوها كل مره لما بتحاولوا تستثمروا في احد المباني او المناطق. شكرا.
اذنك مدام شهيره، بس اعرفكم بدكتوره مرهان ان شاء الله قريب جدا، دكتوره من المانيا بتعمل الدكتوراه بتاعتها في المانيا، وبتتكلم على الاندستريال هيريتج اللي احنا بنفتقده يوميا. فيعني واللي عايز يتكلم الاندستريال هيريتج معاها في مباني كتيره جدا worth investment في الليسته بتاعتها. اتفضلي يا مدام شهيره.
من 10 سنين كنت كل سنه اطلع على طريق من مصر للاقصر واسوان واصور كل اللي موجود في المدن. كان في قصور جميله جدا، جزء منها اتهد، انا ما اعرفش بعدين من بعد 2011 حصل ايه، لكن في قصر كان من احد الاميرات بس نسيت اسمه في ملاوي، هو شويه باروك يعني حاجه كده ملخبطه، بس طبعا برضو بيمثل جزء من تراث المعماري اللي كان موجود في مصر. ده اتهد اكيد، مع انه كان في مكان مرموق جدا في ما بين النيل والمباني اللي وعدي، يعني كان على وش الدنيا، وكان في قصور، وانا اي حد عايز يشوف ممكن اصور له اوري له الصور اللي جمعتها. بس مش لازم ننسى ان في هذه الفتره برضو الاقصر هدت كل بيوت القرن ال19 اللي كانوا موجودين في المدينه، وكشفت المباني الحقيره بتاعت السبعينات، لان الطريق اللي كان بيوصل للمحطه كان فيه قصور بتوع اعيان الصعيد، كل دول اتهدوا واتمسحوا، واحنا وقتها عملنا وقفه احتجاجيه ورحنا التنسيق الحضاري ولطمنا لسمير فرج في الاقصر، واظن يمكن انت كنت حاضر، وحصل كمان مؤتمر في الاقصر ما كانش ليه اي نتيجه، لان انا رايي المسؤولين اخفوا القرارات الريزولوشن بتاعت المؤتمر، لان المؤتمر كان فيه منه ناس من المحافظات من وزاره الاسكان موافقين معانا وموافقين ان ده اهدار لتراثنا، ومع ذلك حصل.
انا بس ردا على مدام شهيره، الحقيقه عايز اقول ان في بيرسونال انيشيتيف عاملينه في سرايات الريف، وحققنا الى الان ترميم لسرايتين في طوخ وفي ضاحيه المنصوره، من برضو عائلات كريمه ابتدت انها تفعل التراث الريفي اللي احنا لازم نلقي دور عليه في ورش اخرى. بس يعني في انيشيتيفز، بس محتاجه انها ترى النور وتحضر انها مومنتم عشان فعلا تحافظ على تراث الريف اللي هو يمكن كان اغنى كتير من تراث المدن. في اي اوكي اتفضل كريم. معلش انا مش هدي ميكروفوني لحد متسلط للشهرة. حاضر بقى أمينة بعدين.
هقول لحضرتك يا دكتور على حاجتين. اولا احنا بالفعل قناه السويس، هيئه قناه السويس كانوا عايزين يعملوا ريستوريشن للفيلا بتاعت ديليسيبس ويعملوها، فجم اتكلموا معانا. للاسف من الناحيه التجاريه مش هيمشي، من الناحيه الاقتصاديه المشروع مش هيمشي. بس في جهات كتير في الحكومه دلوقتي بتحاول ان هي تخش في بارتنرشيبس مع القطاع الخاص في اداره الاثار، وفي مشروع بيتعمل في باب عزب في القلعه، وفي قصور بتاعت محمد علي بتاع المنيل سوري بتاع الشبرا، وفي كذا حاجه في البايب لاين يعني. فان شاء الله ده يتم. بالنسبه للوبي مع الحكومه، احنا بنشتغل في القاهره وقريبين جدا من دوائر اتخاذ القرار، يعني احنا بنشتغل مع وزاره الاسكان ومع التنسيق الحضاري ومع المحافظه، وبقابلهم كتير جدا، وهم اصلا مكاتبهم جوه وسط البلد، يعني مش بكلمهم على مشروع في اسوان ولا في، ومع ذلك ما عندهمش لا في عندنا قصور كتير قوي في ما بين المحافظ. النهارده بقعد معاه بيقول لي انا عايزك تعمل كذا وكذا وكذا، وهو لا يملك انه يطلع لي رخصه. الرخصه بيطلعها موظف قاعد في الدرج الثالث في المكتب في الحي تحت الارض، يقدر يوقف مشروع ب 300 مليون دولار موافق عليه رئيس الوزراء. فاحنا عندنا منظومه فيها مشاكل كتير جدا، فيها كم من الجهل رهيب، جهل غير بسوء النيه والفساد، في جهل مرعب. القانون بيقول ان الحي ما هوش مش هو اللي بيقرر اذا كنت انا اشيل حيطه او احط حيطه، ده في استشاري، لو استشاري ختم يبقى خلاص المفروض ان انا اقدر انفذ. الحي بيتدخل وبيبدي رايه، وانت ليه هتفتح شباك هنا وليه هتعمل بتاع، لا 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 ده خطر. انا جايب استشاري بقاله 40 سنه بيعمل الشغلانه دي، وانت موظف في الحي حتى مش مهندس بيقول رايه الفني. فاحنا بنتكلم معاهم وبنتكلم مع كل الناس، وقدمنا 500 مقترح لكيفيه اداره المحليات وبتاع وان كان في بريقه امل ان اليومين دول بيتكلموا على نظم اداره جديده للمناطق التاريخيه على راسهم وسط البلد، بس هتطبق في المدن المناطق الاخرى، فربنا يسهل.
شكرا يا كريم. الحقيقه اضم صوتي لصوتك. انا اصلا في بيتي كان عليا قضايا مش عاوز اقول لك قد ايه، مع انها واخده جوائز عالميه في الترميم، بس يعني برضو القضايا بتطلع من الدرج، ما اعرفش تطلع منين، بس يلا مش مشكله. امينه عايزه تقول حاجه، اتفضلي.
اتفضل. على حضرتك سالتي اول سؤال لو حد من اسكندريه تواصل، صح ولا حد من بره؟ من بره القاهره. والله كان في كنت رحت مره حاجه تبع، هي قفلت دلوقتي، بس حاجه اسمها المؤسسه السويديه في اسكندريه عندكم، جميله جدا يعني. كانوا عاملين بالظبط، كانوا عاملين حاجه على اظن الاربن ديفلوبمنت، تطوير مش فاكره كنت حضرتها، بس كنت عرفت هناك على دكتور اسمه دكتور احمد السراجي، وكان عارف عن المشروع، كنت حكيت له، فبعدها قال لنا طيب ممكن نتعاون في ان احنا نقدم على الجرانت ده بيخص حاجه في الترميم، وقدمنا، بس الظاهر الجرانت في الاخر ما جاش. السؤال الثاني بتاع حضرتك كان ايه؟ هما كانوا 4 اسئله صح؟ كانوا 4 اسئله. وفكرنا نروح بره القاهره، طبعا لما اللي في القاهره الاول ان شاء الله يقوم باذن الله الواحد يبقى يفكر بره القاهره، بس يعني عندنا كنوز ونتمنى. ثالث سؤال كان عن التعامل مع الحكومة، ويعني طبعا عشان الموضوع فيه موافقات وحاجات زي كده وآثار، كان في تعامل مع الحكومة، والحقيقة من خبرتنا الناس المسؤولين اللي تعاملنا معاهم كانوا متعاونين جدا جدا جدا، ولكن بنوصل برضو بنصطدم بحتة إصدار الموافقات. يعني في كل جهة في ناس بجد متعاونة وعايزة تمشي الأمور، بس لجان بقى وحاجات تقعد تفتح وكده ووقت، فمحدش عارف في الحقيقة مربط الفرس فين يعني أحيانا، بس الحمد لله، وفي الحمد لله حكومة بتتحرك دلوقتي.
شكرا أمينة. أنا بس برضو مش ههمش الأسئلة اللي جت على الزوم، وخاصة سؤال جاي من بروفيسور فان بالن من لوفن، وهوجهه، هو ما حددش بالظبط لمين، بس انا لو تسمحوا لي هوجهه لمحمد سعفان وكريم if you don't mind، وهقراه لكم. It is said that Airbnb is from an overall community perspective, not a very sustainable and equitable solution once it reaches a certain scale. See Barcelona and Amsterdam. ايه رأيكم؟
متهيألي يعني احنا محتاجين نتعامل مع المشكلة لما تحصل. احنا لسه بعيد جدا عن ان هي تحصل. يعني عندنا نوعية مشاكل الأول محتاجين نعدي منها، زي هتلاقي في القاهرة التاريخية دايما في ديبيت عن الجنتريفيكيشن، بس ده ما اظنش ان هو هيحصل قبل سنين طويلة جدا، فأنا شايف ان احنا في غنى عن ان احنا نتكلم فيه. نفس الكلام بالنسبة لما يحصل يعني اجتياح من السياح بشكل يخلي لك الاماكن اللي زي وسط البلد والقرى التاريخيه يحصل يعني خلل في التركيب السكاني بتاعها، ساعتها نقدر نشوف حلول ليها، بس احنا في غنى عن ان احنا نتطرق لده دلوقتي.
طبعا بس لازم برضو يعني نشوف خبرات المدن الاخرى اللي اصبحت فيها الاير بي ام بي عباره عن تقريبا الايكونومي القويه اللي موجوده داخل المجتمع. كريم عندك كلمه؟ اوكي شكرا يا جماعه. انا بس قبل ما نخلص السيشن هفكركم ده اهم حاجه النهارده. بليز ريكومنديشن بليز راب يعني تير 1 بيج اكتب فيها ريكومنديشن وادوها للمنظمين. المنظمين صورهم في الكتالوج، يعني ما عندكمش حاجه. شكرا جزيلا ونشوفكم بعد ان شاء الله البريك.
So thank you very much. We have a 20-minute break and we restart. About Airbnbs, there's a lot to talk about tertiarization and the dangers of tertiarization for another time. So are we ready? Good afternoon. We start with the afternoon session, which is dedicated to private and public initiatives and funding. And we start with Bonnie Burnham. Bonnie Burnham was the president for World Monuments Fund for 30 years. She made it the leading non-profit organization dedicated to saving cultural heritage. And now she has started a for-profit fund called the Cultural Heritage for Finance. And she will be talking about it. So we have her pre-recorded.
Bonnie Burnham. I'm the president of a new organization that's just been created in the last year called the Cultural Heritage Finance Alliance. And prior to that, I worked at the World Monuments Fund as president for about 30 years. And so in that context, I know Cairo pretty well and Egypt, and have worked there together with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture in the Historic Center of Cairo. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me to come back to that set of associations and address this group and talk about the work that I've been doing in the last year. Essentially, and I guess I'm going to put a PowerPoint up on the screen now that that I'll share with you as I talk. Toward the end of my time at World Monuments Fund, there was an opportunity to think more about what the field needed and whether there were opportunities to reach a higher scale of activity because so many sites seem to be falling, and particularly in urban centers seem to be falling behind in terms of the ability to conserve them and use them productively. And that led to a research project that I've been working on over the last year to see how heritage could become actually the engine for sustainable development in cities, with the help of a team of experts ranging in their experience from conservation to community development to large-scale architecture and finance. So I've had a really interesting experience, and we've now published a report just a couple of days ago. The title is Impact and Identity, Heritage Regeneration as a Model for Sustainable Development. And you can find it on our website, www.heritagefinance.org, or on Issue, the online publisher. So I'm going to try to move through this presentation. Here we go. I think the conundrum that we face in this field is that heritage safeguarding is so embedded in public policy around the world. There are regulations that limit what can be done with historic buildings and that put the entire responsibility on the shoulders of government agencies, ministries of culture, and agencies that work under them, just like what you have in Egypt. And the typical model is to focus on highly significant buildings just because of the limited resources that are available to these agencies, to try to leverage them with local funding from other public sources, such as regional and municipal governments, and then try to attract philanthropy and sponsorship to make up the gap between what governments can provide and what's needed to keep this vast inventory of protected and publicly recognized heritage buildings in good shape. And as part of that process at the World Monuments Fund, we often came in as the philanthropic impetus behind projects in order to try to get government agencies to join us and focus on things that we deem to be priorities based on our own frameworks for identifying sites at risk. And many of you are probably familiar with the World Monuments Watch and a lot of work that's been done by the World Monuments Fund over time in Egypt has been an outgrowth of that. And I think it's also well known that this process of heritage safeguarding produces all kinds of positive impacts or externalities that impact the local area, impact the local community, that bring in economic activity in the form of tourism, that provide educational experiences, that renew cultural life. And part of the issue that I have been trying to address is the fact that while the field has been looking at these positive impacts for some time and talking and writing, and there's a lot of work in the last 15 or 20 years about the multiple values of heritage and how to quantify those values, how to actually value impacts that are intangible on a community level. It's been less common for organizations to work on how to figure out how to tap those impacts for the benefit of heritage and for the benefit of a long-term sustainability. And so this chart shows the notion of creating supportive ecosystem around the core public sector function, assuming that that will continue, but that there are opportunities to bring in other forms of financing in the way that other sectors that work across a global philanthropic spectrum, from healthcare to environmental conservation, have learned to do. They've learned to create revenue generating models that help to enhance sustainability, and will often leverage public sector commitments. And so our thesis is that by bringing in early stage catalytic capital, it would be possible to start this whole process, and then the capital can be returned to investors, which could be international development agencies that are already very active in this sphere, but largely as donors rather than backers, and also involving financial institutions, foundations, and even individual financiers. All of those groups have different expectations, as we learned, in terms of return on investment. And so what our research has been about over the course of really since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, when it wasn't really possible to think about launching activities on the ground, has been about understanding how successful models have had their success, and where what the ingredients are of a successful public-private cooperative engagement in the area of heritage preservation, and whether it be possible to put heritage at the center of local development efforts by engaging directly with communities, engaging communities in that decision-making process, and identifying impacts, positive impacts in relation to the sustainable development goals that we're now all aligning so much behind. So based on my experience and some early research that was done by our team, we chose six projects for case studies, each one of which had behind it an organization that had been highly successful in creating a local effort that shared the responsibility between public and private sector, or even some that were entirely privately driven. So I want to talk to you today about that range of different models that we looked at. And what we discovered was, having gone into it not really knowing what the success factors were going to be, that they were all different, that in fact, this represents a kind of spectrum of possibilities in the way that building around local precedents and legal frameworks and community locally based incentives and activities on the ground in a given community, they each shaped a program that was successful for their own purposes. And we found that those programs were worth looking at in a broader context. People around the world could draw lessons from all of them and possibly put together a kind of unique framework or a mosaic, but based on all these models and adapted to a local environment, which is why we decided to publish this research and make it as widely available as we can. And that's part of the nice opportunity for me to be able to speak on this occasion when the work is just out and we're looking for feedback. There are more examples we could have looked at, and documenting successful heritage-led urban regeneration may become part of the ongoing activity of the organization that I created essentially in order to do this work, depending on what kind of response we get from within the community. So if you look at this chart from left to right, it represents a spectrum from on the left-hand side, where the initiatives were entirely launched under government auspices and with funding that was available from the public sector even if they also created NGOs and essentially implementing organizations that have been able to carry on and increase the longevity of heritage interventions, which is, I think, another problem that we have in the sector, that when you bring in private donors, they support one project, generally a very high profile, iconic project. And then when it's over, there's not any resources in place to sustain it, and the donor's not necessarily going to move on with you to the next project. So try to create a mechanism that has the ability to survive, and I think that's one thing that all of these had in common. And so what we also discovered is that there's a pretty direct correlation between the way the work is financed on this spectrum. The two examples that I'll talk about that were uniquely governmentally driven rely on a debt framework, meaning low cost loans made available to catalyze and bring in other sectors of the financial marketplace. Those in the middle represent innovation, and private innovation tends to look for a higher return on investment, but in any case, they bring in their investors by way of an equity proposition where they take shares in a company that's created for the purpose of heritage development, of which there are very few in the world, but could be more. And then one example of a kind of novel scheme that involves a short-term property partnership where the entity puts in the money and the owner of the property retains ownership and participates financially in the benefits. So I don't want to devote too much time to looking at every model, but I did want to go through them quickly. I'm sorry, my mouse has a trigger, feather trigger, jumping all over the place. And the lessons that we learned from each case. And Pablo Longorio and I have talked about this to some extent over the last several months, and a couple of the case studies that we did are included in your program. And I think that Dr. Rod Ween from Fez has already spoken a couple of days ago, so you may know already all about this model, but it represents a critical effort and at a turning point when around the time of the millennium, several organizations tried with only modest success to get culture on the priority list for millennium goals. And the World Bank rolled out a major cultural program at that time. And Fez was, the Medina of Fez was the centerpiece of it, having been an object of concern for many years, since the time of its World Heritage designation in the early 90s, because of actual building collapses and depopulation and crowding and poor environmental conditions, pollution and all those things. And I'm going to stop there because I think you've already heard about Fez, but it was a total success in renovating a critical historical area without changing the character of the place, and making tourism an economic driver without the negative impacts of tourism that we've seen in so many other places. And I think there's a lot to be learned from the Fez model for other places in the Middle East and in the developing world where historic centers have often been neglected. Our second model is a fund that was created in the United Kingdom. At the time in the middle 70s, when culture, there was a year to celebrate cultural and heritage right around 1975. And the English government at the time was very concerned about the negative impacts that urban renewal had across the country in the 1960s, and set up a very, very small revolving fund that has now established itself with capital of about, I think they have about 17 million pounds now, which they lend at advantageous rates to local heritage organizations that are created generally in the UK to preserve specific buildings, like the one in this picture, which is called the Portland Works, an industrial building. These heritage building trusts were stimulated in part by the existence of this organization, the Architectural Heritage Fund. And so now, since the 70s, about more than 200 of them have been created across the UK. They've tended to expand their scope and look not just at a single building, but at an entire urban environment. They've stimulated the creation of local investment opportunities, something that is very widespread and specific, I think, to the UK, called community shares, where a municipality will back the offering of shares like bonds in a heritage initiative. And it gives the investors an opportunity to invest a very small amount of money. And at the same time, if they want to recover their investment and take the money out, they're able to do that. And so this combination of mechanisms has produced a very robust environment in England for saving ordinary, often not grade A, grade B buildings that are listed that are part of what is considered to be the public trust, but where there are just no resources that are going to come their way. And in that 50-year period, I guess it is, they've done over 900 projects in virtually every corner of the United Kingdom. And so I think it's a model worth looking at as a way for the public sector to make a gesture. In this case, a very small one. Their initial investment was £500,000, and it was matched by foundations, a couple of British foundations. And so seeing something like this grow over time and completely under the aegis of a nonprofit entity without the government having to manage the program and providing a great deal of capacity building support to those communities as well as money is a great model. And so moving on to the third case study, Mexico City. In just a few minutes, you're going to be hearing from Adrian Pandal, who led this program all through from its inception around 2000 until just a couple of years ago. Really one of the most successful and revolutionary changes, revitalizations that's taken place anywhere in the world that I know of, where a declining part of the city, the historic center, which had lost 90% of its population, gone from around 90,000 people to 5,000 at the turn of the millennium, has rebounded and only continues to get better as a result of a really visionary public-private mutual commitment. Not a formal public-private partnership, which usually entails the government delegating by contract tasks to the private sector, but a more flexible, intuitive joint program that I think is particularly exemplary for the comprehensive way that it was planned from the beginning, with taking into account everything from traffic circulation to the need for fiber optic cables to security. And the historic buildings really were a backdrop. The organization that was created started with, one of the rare ones that started with a substantial financial commitment from an entrepreneur, Carlos Slim, but at each stage, both the federal government and the municipal government were there to do their part to support an effort that could have total success and not just focus on a given monumental edifice. So you'll be hearing more about Mexico City from Adrian Tandal. Most people wouldn't think of Amsterdam as a place that ever needed, was ever critically at risk. But in fact, that's not the case. After World War II, there were, and into the 60s, when the city was very substantially depopulated after the war, many people had left who did not return. There were a lot of empty buildings. There were urban renewal proposals to completely change the character of the place by creating ring roads and filling in some canals in order to create a car-friendly 20th century modern environment. And there was such an outcry against this by the community that a citizen group was created, and they simply decided to start buying buildings in order to keep them as they were and in order to protect the population that lived in them. So it was initially a housing organization. Today, Stadsherstel Amsterdam, which is certainly one of the most famous players on the heritage development horizon, owns more than 600 buildings in Amsterdam. There, if you look at this picture, the middle building right in front of you, there's a tiny little blue and white plaque, and that is the plaque of Stadsherstel. And you'll see them all over municipal Amsterdam, just showing the depth of the impact that this organization has had over time. They still own most of their properties. Their investors are primarily Dutch financial institutions, banks, and insurance companies that came in from the beginning. But again, they started by buying one or two buildings and little by little developed a strategy for how they could transform entire neighborhoods by the property acquisitions that they made. And ultimately took on another organization that had been taking ownership of public buildings like churches and other edifices, even industrial buildings and locks and water mill, in order to save them. So now Stadsherstel still acts as a for-profit organization that hopes to break even on everything that it does, but it has had a huge impact on public policy and public thinking in the city as Amsterdam has moved more and more toward the global leadership position as a circular city. So now we're down at the truly entrepreneurial side of our spectrum, looking at two organizations that have taken on the idea of preserving heritage for profit as well as for community benefit. The first is an organization in Panama called Conservatoria, which started up after the transfer of the canal zone to the government of Panama and the development of Panama City and other parts of Panama that had once belonged to the US government around the time of the millennium. And since that time, Panama City has been a very hot real estate market. But initially, this historic part of the city, which is a tiny area on a kind of peninsula, surrounded by water, by the ocean on one side and the Panama Canal on the other, was more or less neglected. And that's when this organization came in with the same kind of goal that Stadsherstel Amsterdam had to protect the community, to try to prevent a complete demographic change in the neighborhood, to ensure that community organizations were built that would support the local people to make real estate offerings available to local businesses rather than big conglomerates, and to enhance public safety. And Conservatorio has been tremendously successful at this, having started with one building. This happens to be it, a hotel called the American Trade Hotel in Panama City, but they own a lot of residential buildings as well. After 15 years of operation, Conservatorio has a portfolio of about, valued at about $80 million, and a much bigger pipeline of potential projects. Everybody obviously suffered from the downturn of the pandemic, but one feature of this organization is that it puts a portion of its profits every year into community organizations that help to support the needs of the local community. And then the final example is of a small startup that's been active in Yangon only for about 3 years now. And I referred to this a little bit in my introductory remarks. Incidentally, that lower left apartment is one that they've renovated in a building. You can see pretty easily what the living conditions are in Yangon in the historic center. Which is why many of these buildings are disappearing, because there's an opportunity to persuade the residents to move elsewhere and then demolish the buildings and build something completely out of character with the historic fabric. And residential buildings represent about 70% of downtown historic Yangon. So there's a lot at stake here. And the idea that a small NGO would take on such a huge task, I think is very exemplary, and a good reason to look at them. But the other interesting feature is that they have been able to be successful financially and attract investors who are largely angel investors from the private sector, without buying the properties, without taking ownership to them. So they put in the capital, operate these buildings on a short-term basis as residents, as upscaled residences, but the ownership never transfers. And so that now after the organization Doane has recovered its investment, the owners have the option of taking the property back, moving back in, or operating it themselves as a income generating asset. And so it contributes to wealth generation in a part of the city that has been very impoverished because of the economic decline of the city on the whole through its period of isolation. The jury is out as of right now in terms of what will become of Yangon and what will become of Doane as a result of the recent military coup. But the buildings, the properties that they operate appear to be viable. And if the civil rights situation in the city remains stable, they will probably be able to continue to operate there. It was started by a European expat. And again, they started with one apartment and at this stage have done about 25 renovations. So it's very, very experimental at this stage. But I think it's a model that has potential beyond this city for many cities in Asia and in the Middle East and other parts of the world that have experienced extreme urban decline and where the values of the properties are simply not recognized by the people who live in them and by the society, larger society, even the government. So I wanted to just quickly wrap up a summary of what we felt these projects all had in common. Many of them were born out of a crisis situation where the the resources of the city or country in terms of the ability to protect cultural resources had reached a kind of low ebb. But each one of them, with the possible exception of Doane, which is facing this political catastrophe so early in its life cycle, have managed to sustain themselves because they set up governance structures that were enduring and that engaged the community over time in decision making and formed a really solid bridge between public sector and private sector. So those features are a primary role for private leadership, an enduring community participation, the leveraging of public commitments to optimize private investment and to provide the incentives that would attract capital from beyond the public sector. The preserving of fabric rather than just significant landmarks. And the final sauce, secret sauce, is the investment in public spaces and amenities that will bring people into the community, into the public space and into the community, because it makes that place more livable, workable, and desirable. And so I think where we stand today, I think these examples are all things that we can learn from, and I hope that this presentation may have some relevance to your workshop as you talk about the future of historic Cairo. Certainly one of the most significant monumental places in the world, one that's been a conundrum for years and years in terms of how to stabilize, how to reverse economic decline, and how to bring in wider participation. I think the key is working across a spectrum of a range of sustainable development goals and not focusing exclusively on where the heritage field fits within the sustainable development framework, which is under goal 11, under target 11.4. But looking at those other externalities that we talked about at the very beginning, quantifying how those, each of those sustainable development goals can be directly addressed through impacts that can be measured. And the Historic Center of Mexico City, because what they created as their model was a combination of a business venture and a nonprofit foundation. The foundation has done a very good job of quantifying the impacts that they've had, and directly by subsidizing things like poverty reduction, education, health, culture within the communities where their projects were going on. And so there's potentially even more across the range of the 17 sustainable development goals that may be impacted by these projects individually. And our strategy would be to create a kind of pyramid where observance of as sustainable development goals is at the top of the pyramid, and you would identify which of these SDGs would be part of your strategy for each individual program. In the middle are the kinds of environmental, social, and governance impacts that people involved in impact investing are looking at, where there are quantified impact reporting standards used by organizations that have pioneered the idea of impact investing, and with very specific returns on investment, which can be captured through publicly available information. And then at the bottom of the pyramid is the community and the way in which it is responding to an investment initiative and creating its own programs from the ground up to address the immediate needs of the community and how those impact over time. And so collecting all that information may seem burdensome, and it's something that our field, our sector hasn't had a propensity to do in the past, which is why it was difficult for us really to quantify the impacts of the projects we looked at using the filter of sustainable development goals, because that information had simply not been gathered. But it's essential to making our case if we're going to be able to persuade investors that heritage belongs along with environmental conservation and other community goals and reduction of pollution, that it can contribute to all of those things. And we need to be able to show precisely how. And so what we've proposed, I think I just lost my last slide. Is a process. I have to start over here. That that follows on, that's essentially grounded in urban planning or conservation management planning, which are standard procedures in the architecture field and in the heritage preservation field, things that I'm sure you're about to embark on now, with an overlay that would put in place a strategy for attracting investment, that would put in place an appropriate management framework to through which private investment could be integrated without it necessarily being controlled directly by government. By putting together offerings of capital projects that could then be marketed to a wider audience than the one that our field has typically had access to. And then monitoring the process as it rolls out, often with unexpected positive outcomes, and determining how these relate to sustainable development goals. And then communicating that to a wider audience so that the lessons learned from a heritage-led investment undertaking can become part of the practice, that part of the toolkit that's available to people working in this field for the future. So thank you very much. That concludes my presentation, and I will be with you in the course of this morning's proceedings and be talking to other panelists later on in the program. Thank you again for listening to my presentation. And again, you can find it at heritagefinance.org.
Thank you, Bonnie, and good morning for you in New York. This is a very interesting initiative of yours, and the Cultural Heritage Finance Alliance. I will be sharing your publication, your report for everybody to see these case studies that can easily give examples of action for historic Cairo and other cities. So now let's move on into, I don't know if you want to say something. My apologies, because it seems online the sound is not working well. So if this is the case, our apologies. So Bonnie, if you don't mind, we continue with Adrián Pandal and the case study of Mexico. And after this, we will have a roundtable with you, Adrián, and others.
Advertí que era perfectamente compatible conservar la riqueza histórica que nos legó el virreinato en materia de arquitectura con la rentabilidad de una inversión orientada a ese propósito. Entonces fui gestando poco a poco la idea del rescate del Centro Histórico de México.
la década de los 50 la comunidad universitaria empezó a salir del centro de la Ciudad de México. Más tarde lo hicieron las oficinas del sector público y de la banca. A finales del siglo XX, el centro histórico de la Ciudad de México tenía poca actividad y esto lo degradaba día con día.
Un espacio se anima por
Okay, well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to share our experiences with all of you. As you might know, in Mexico, we did a big transformation. The historic center of Mexico City was abandoned in terms of people living there. There were a lot of commerce going on, but not many people living in the area. It was 70 to 80% empty. It was very run down. There was a problem with the cars, the garbage, the many services. They were in a bad way. It also considered an unsafe place. So the situation had been deteriorating for many years, probably since the 1950s. No, we're talking about the year 2001 when the recovery started. This was an initiative that came from the mayor of Mexico City, who invited Mr. Slim to work in this project. Mr. Slim agreed to work in this project, but he suggested that the president of Mexico was invited. As you know, Mexico City is a place where all the major companies are. The main offices of government are in Mexico City. It's Mexico, the country, is a very centralized country, so a lot of important things go on in the city, and the historic center of Mexico is like the heart of the country. Is where the main plaza is. It's where the president's office is. It's where the mayor's office is. It's the cathedral, the religious monuments, the churches, and there is a lot of business going on in the historic center now. So what happened? What went on? Basically, there were two instruments that were created that were very, very important. One was a committee, and first there was a board of over 100 people, of intellectuals, historians, leaders, business people, people from communications, from newspapers. There were over 100 people that were invited to participate with ideas, suggestions, and work. There was an executive committee, and this executive committee was represented by 3 persons of the local government, 3 people from the federal government, and 4 people from the society. It was presided by Mr. Carlos Slim, and this executive committee got together every month in order to follow up on the works and to consider what had to be done. Basically, there were 4 big points. The first one was a problem that is going on in the city of Mexico that has to do with water and the administration of the water. And the second was to improve the services in general, security and services in the city center. The third was the social area, the social part, which was to increase the economic and social level of the people that live and work in the area. And the fourth and the main point was the revitalization of the area, which meant that more people would come in to live, to work, to study and to enjoy the historic center of Mexico. The main idea was to have a very alive historic center that was more visited by more people, obviously in much better conditions in terms of infrastructure and services. No, so the work began, and also two companies, well, two institutions were created from the private sector. One was a foundation that I directed for over 20 years, which was the Fundación del Centro Histórico de la Ciudad de México, which was a foundation for the historic center of Mexico City. The other one was a real estate company called Centro Histórico de la Ciudad de México. This real estate company was created in order to be able to buy property, to restore the property, and to give better use, and to be able to use it more adequately. No, this was a private company, but was open for anyone to invest in this company. No, it was an instrument in order for people to participate in the recovery of the historic center. A very important point here was that from the beginning, all the plans and projects were open to the public and were a private-public partnership, which was done at the same time in many ways by the private sector, but following public activities, no? Which meant that there was a lot of investment in infrastructure by the government, but also followed by a lot of investments in the private sector in terms of buildings and new hotels, new restaurants, new office spaces, etc. This executive committee, as I said, would get together every month, and in those meetings, they would touch the important subjects that needed to be addressed in order for the plan to go through. No, if there was somebody else needed, for example, in terms of security, we would invite experts in the subject so that they could share their experiences. We followed not only national experiences, but also international experiences to understand what has happened in successful cases that were able to redo their cities and their areas of some cities like Barcelona, Sisi, Soho, New York, different places that had different experience, many in Latin America, no? Quito in Ecuador, some parts of Colombia in terms of transportation, in Bogotá, some other parts in Mexico as well in terms of Mérida. And basically the concept was to bring back people to the historic center, to allow them to have opportunities of work, opportunities in terms of housing, and a lot of entertainment and a lot of new activities in art, music, and also new places for people to study. There was a new university created in the historic center so that there were more students working and living in the area. Actually, what we did is that we divided up the historic center into different corridors. One was the financial corridor, in which the concept was to have financial institutions set up. There were this area was a little bit in an upper level kind of area where you have nicer restaurants, nicer housing, nicer apartments. And this was a very touristic area as well. So there were new hotels. Then we created a cultural corridor, which the new university was set up, Universidad del Claustro de Sor Juana. Well, actually, it wasn't new, but it grew from 1,000 students to over 4,000 students in a very short time. It was a university that we helped them get a credit and get new spaces so that they could grow and have more students and more professors. And around this cultural corridor, also we try to invite artists, young people, professors, teachers, new galleries, new spaces for libraries, for painters, for people to be able to work in different types of culture. This was more like a student place, a student area. They had small cafes, they had cafeterias, they had a lot of events going on in this area. And this allowed for to be created housing in a more affordable way, no? Then there was this entertainment corridor, which in this part of the historic center is where the old theaters used to be. And what we did here was to invest in these theaters so that a new offer of entertainment was available. Plays, music, concerts, dance, entertainment in general. The idea was to create like a Mexican Broadway, but the interesting thing is that this already existed. It was just in a bad shape and without activity. So basically what we tried to do in general was to use the available infrastructure and bring it back to life, you know? Sometimes to its original use, and sometimes we would change the use. There is a saying that says that a building has to make a living, which means that a building has to be used. A building that is empty, it only costs money and is difficult to maintain. So what we tried to do was to try to make sure that each building had a proper use in terms of the right commerce, the right office, the right housing, the right prices, so that a building would be able to maintain itself through time. And then there was the technological corridor. The technological corridor, what we try to do is invite companies related to technology, so to be able to set up shop in this place, and there was an incentive, a fiscal incentive from the government, that they were able to reduce the taxes in payroll. So in the end, there were around 8,000 new jobs created in this area. And so this is parts of the concepts that were being done in order to bring people back to the historic center. No, what we did over 10 years, it was that the population in this area grew by 15%. There were around 15 new jobs created in this area. And the investment done from the private sector, the good thing is that it was around 20 times the investment done by the government. So as you can see, what we can take away from this is that, in my opinion, when you have a project that it's done by the private together with the public sector, what this creates is a security, so people are willing to invest and to follow up with the projects. No, when people saw that this was going on, people started to invest in their own property, to renew the buildings, to change. Most of them were used like for warehouses or just empty spaces. So what they started to do is invest in their buildings so that they would use them instead of just leaving them like that. No, but many people had inherited buildings or had them in their family for many years, but they were not used properly. So what we were able to do is to convince people to use them and invest in this area, no? From the government side, there were two offices created. One was the Authority for the Historic Center. This was an office that was new, was created mainly to take care of the historic center and look after all the main things that happen in the historic center, no, especially in terms of infrastructure, security, services, etc. There was also another company from the government that was called the Fideicomiso Centro Histórico, which is like a trust. And this trust was basically done in order for the government to be able to spend money in public places like parks, streets, facades, projects that, like, for example, to illuminate some buildings, to do projects in transportation, etc. That the government, this was like a mechanism in order to allow to raise funds for public investments, no? Also for cleaning places, cleaning spaces, etc. No? So they would coordinate the fideicomiso together with the authority, and they would also get together constantly to see what was going on in terms of security, services, neighbors, what were the complaints, noise, traffic, pedestrians, criminal activity, public vendors, street vendors, mainly, basically to be able to have a direct communication with the people that live and work in the historic center, and to be able to satisfy their needs. No, before these two offices were created, basically everything was done by the central government, and this would get lost because the city of Mexico is so big that there wasn't a special authority for the historic center, that many activities would get lost in the size of the big city. No, so if you create this office specially for the historic center, it's like you put people that take care of only in this area. No, so you're making sure that this area is well managed, safe, clean, well illuminated, the services are working. In the historic center of Mexico is the most visited place probably in the country. They say that sometimes the 2 million people can go in within a day. It's where people go to buy. There's a lot of activity going on in terms of cultural activities. There are over 70 museums in this area. There are over 70 churches in this area, many hotels, many offices from the government, and offices in general. No, so these were the instruments that were used and created during this period. And if you want, I can go back. First, the executive committee. This executive committee was created to take care of the plan of the recovery of the historic center, to take care of the execution of the plan. This committee created publicly and privately four people from the private sector and 6 people from the government, 3 from the federal government and 3 from the local government. This committee would get together every month to work on things that had to improve in the historic center. Then, as I would repeat, the 2 companies that were created from the private sector, a real estate company to acquire property and land to develop it and to improve it and to renew it, a foundation that would work in cultural and social activities, health, education, sports, working with the people that live in the area so that they could improve their social level, to improve social activity in general, to lower criminal activity, and to improve the natural family activities. No, we would work with festivities, traditions, Mexican traditions, and to try to make a healthier and more family style activities in the area. No? And then from the public sector, the authority for the historic center and the fideicomiso, which is a trust. The authority, as I said, to take care of everything that would happen in the historic center, and the trust, a fund to invest in public things that are needed from in general. No, the results is that after 3 or 4 years, the vision and the perception of what the historic center was changed, and people to look to the historic center as a place of opportunities, as a place that was changing, and as a place that needed to get renewed. Also, a couple of years later, you would see many investments going on. Streets that before were dirty, were abandoned, were in a very bad shape. After a couple of years, you would see newcomers, people moving into these areas. There were many streets that became pedestrians, that the cars were not allowed back in, and this allowed for the streets to have coffees, gallerias, people walking in the streets, etc., more security. We did a very important work in terms of security. We put together with the government cameras on top of the buildings, and an office, special office dedicated to follow these cameras to see what was the activity in this place. And we lowered the activities of criminals and made the historic center very safe. No? Also, the police was better paid and better trained, and with more equipment of radio technology, so they could communicate better. And the police were also able to track the patrol cars. So there was this important activity going on in terms of security. All this together in general is what made people more secure about the historic center. I would say that now the historic center is very, very alive. Probably is one street that is probably the most active in terms of commerce and in terms of people walking by. Tourism is flourishing. There are many new hotels being opened, new restaurants, new shops, new galleries, and there is more people living in the historic center. And there has been a lot of private investment done in the historic center, and all this thanks to the realization that the project was real, that the investment was real, that the things that were being said were happening. And I think that this is what it's important to understand and to comprehend, that if you have a proper plan of basically based on the needs of the area, you have to analyze and see what's going on to understand what are the issues, and then start working on them. Because the result is that it can be done. In Mexico City and the historic center had many complicated problems, but you start to address them one by one, and if there is a will, there is a way, no? And basically the good thing about the public-private partnership is that one looks after the other. No, you as a private sector, you have to make sure that the public sector is doing their work, and the public would also only works if the private sector is investing and doing things. No, but together it makes them very, very strong and very powerful, and it's just like a beautiful cycle, because everything starts to make sense, and criminality lowers, people move back in, prices starts to increase. It's like a virtuous cycle, no? And I think that if that's what happened in other parts of the city, it can be done. Usually you have the infrastructure, no? So basically it's just to improve. It's like if you have an old car that is run down and you do a restoration, you change the things that are not working and make them better. So in general, that's the whole plan. And I think that probably would be good from here to go to questions and answers.
Thank you, Adrian, and congratulations for this success in recovering the city of the historic city of Mexico. And this presentation comes at a very good moment as the Prime Minister is trying to bring on the office for the historic city of Cairo, and your case is exemplary. I think the combination of private and public participation with a good strategic plan. It is executive committee that was established to determine the plan. So I would like to ask you if you could give us some more information on how this private participation, in particular, how Carlos Slim and his company were able to or helped jumpstart this process.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I am happy to be here. I'm sorry about the connection. It's not very good, but I will try to make an effort to explain what we did. Yes, well, Carlos Slim, for those of you who don't know him, is a very important businessman from Mexico. He's the richest man in the country, and he's very well known for acquiring and improving companies. I think that his participation in this project was essential because it gave the security that the project needed for the rest of the people to follow, because the historic center of Mexico is a very complicated area. It has many issues, many complications. And in the past, there were some efforts to recover the area, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. Basically, also because many of the efforts were done by the government without taking into consideration the private sector. And I think that the difference here was that they invited from the beginning the private sector, not only Mr. Carlos Slim, but also business people that had property in the area, people that grew up in the area, that knew the area very well, historians, people from communications, people that had restaurants and shops in the area. So it was a collaboration between the government and the social society to do this. So from the beginning, it was presented as a collaborative effort, and I think this was very important. Mr. Carlos Slim also dedicated a lot of his time to do this. He firmly believed that this was something that had to be done, and he spent a lot of his time in this project, and also inviting other people to do the same. So I think that this collaboration was essential. No, the mayor of the city was very involved. The president of Mexico was also involved, and as I said, Mr. Carlos Slim and other figures that are important and relative for the historic center. I don't know if I'm. I am not able to, I'm not listening, sorry.
Yes, you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, how Carlos Slim
Mhm.
brought officers from his company into the historic center and
Mhm.
even promoted employees
Mhm.
to come and live in the historic city next to their working area.
Yes. There was a fiscal stimulus from the government. In Mexico, you have a taxes for payroll, and they lower these taxes to half if you had people working in the historic center. The historic center is very well connected to the rest of the city. You have 4 lines of subway that cross the historic center and like 8 different stops in the area. So it's very easy to access the historic center. And also, it was very cheap to live and to eat in the area. So it was very good for the people that moved to the historic center to work, and also for the companies, it was also very good because they were able to move people to this area. And actually, the productivity of these companies improved because the people were happier and they were spending less money in transportation and in food. So it was a move that eventually became very popular because it was good for the companies and the people were happier because they were making less time to arrive at work than their previous locations, which were around the city, which was not as well as connected as the historic center. So once they find out about this situation, more companies moved to the historic center. And even though like his companies were around 10,000 employees that moved to the historic center, in the end, many other companies followed suit because they realized that it was good for the employees, it was cheaper, they were having tax incentives, and the people were more productive and happier.
Thank you. Bonnie, good morning.
Hello, Pablo.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, so going to fiscal incentives and from your experience from other cities, is this a must for urban regeneration?
In Mexico, it was very, there was a very important tax incentive that when you bought property in the area and you would fix it up, you were able to deduct it as an expense in the first year. So this was also important for people to buy property and to fix it. Also, the expenses that you would have on the renovation or the recovery of the building, you could deduct them. So I think that tax incentives are very important. It's a way to motivate people to do investments, and also because sometimes these tax incentives are temporary. As I said, it motivates people to do work in their buildings.
Bonnie, what's your opinion on this?
Hi, Pablo. Yes, I think that incentives are one of the strongest ways that the public sector can encourage private participation. And there are proven trajectories in other sectors like the environmental sector, where there's been a lot of work done in recent years to demonstrate that investments in the environment pay off over time. And we haven't done as much of that kind of documentation in the cultural heritage sector as we need to do in order to make this case to governments that if they essentially, by offering tax incentives, they're paying a part of the cost of these investments, renovating these areas, but in the long term, the money will come back to them in the form of increased productivity and an increased tax base. But it takes time. And in some cases, if, for example, in relation to environmental tax incentives, usually there's a 20-year payback where the government thinks that 20 years from now, protecting a given forest is going to reduce forest fires. But it takes a long time for trees to grow. In relation to cultural heritage, I think that, and as we've seen in Mexico City, the turnaround came rather quickly. Within 4 or 5 years, the place was completely transformed, and it only continues to get better. I think year after year, and I haven't been to Mexico since COVID, and I know that there's been, like everywhere else, big challenges to face, but the incentives that were offered at that time put everything on a positive trajectory that just went forward on a continuing basis. It really, and I think that's true in other cities that we've studied. Looking back 50 years in Amsterdam, you wouldn't believe that they were confronted with the kind of challenges that they were, where they were really considering completely changing the character of the city. So it takes vision, and then it takes pragmatic opportunities to try to induce the private sector to get involved.
It seems, I mean, from your case studies, it seems all formulas could be applied in historic Cairo. It seems it's just a question of getting organized and get the ball moving, no?
I think that's absolutely true. I'm so glad that Adrienne was able to talk this morning, because of all of the cities and cases that we looked at. This is the one that seemed to me to be closest to the circumstances that you're looking at right now in Cairo. And in particular, because like in Mexico City 20 years ago, a lot of the productivity and business center of the city has moved out of the historic center. And it's the same set of problems. And the fact that they started with a broad intellectual discussion that intentionally brought together all the different elements of the society, intellectuals and business people and artists and people who were deeply involved in the field and small businesses, meant that they really addressed every aspect of what needed to be done simultaneously in an integrated way. And that hasn't happened in so many places. It really took a huge act of faith. And the public sector had tried before several times over the previous couple of decades to jumpstart Mexico City. And it just wasn't ever strong enough, the impetus that they tried to give, until they really brought the private sector to the table. And they were very fortunate to have Carlos Slim, who's a real visionary in both his business dealings and what he does philanthropically, to lead this initiative. But because he has a reputation for being a very savvy business person and making investments that pay off over time, other people were impressed when they saw that he was willing to take the kind of risk that it involved to get involved with the Historic Center. And so that was a big element in the success story that this represents. And I think you would do well to try to take those points and see whether you could more or less replicate the same kind of situation that occurred in Mexico.
We have with us also May Brashy online. Hello, May. While she comes in, I will ask Adrian something that relates not so much to private public, but to behaviorism, because when I walk down the Cairo streets, everything is dirty and say, oh, this is just the way it is. But I hear from Mexico City, this was the case, and once there was an example and people, it was something else was possible, things changed. What was the process?
Well, the situation in Mexico was very bad. It was very dirty. There wasn't enough illumination. It was dark. It was considered unsafe. The traffic was terrible. There were cars parked in 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 lanes. It was impossible to get in. There were many street vendors in the sidewalks. You couldn't walk. And the approach was by changing complete streets. In these streets, you would they would open them up and put all the infrastructure underneath, because probably in Cairo is the same, but the infrastructure was very, very old. So we had to change all the cables, all the sewage, all the water transportation, the electricity. So the idea was to open up a street completely, put everything inside, so that after you cover it back up, you wouldn't have cables flying around between the buildings. More illumination. We did in some cases much wider sidewalks, so pedestrians could walk more freely and better. Also, cars couldn't after the street was fixed, the cars were not allowed to park in the area. There were more places and a better for garbage to be better displayed and better collected. And the facades of the buildings were repainted, redone, and fixed. So after you would finish a street, the image of the street was completely renewed. No, better illumination, no cars, the facades were cleaner and freshly painted, no cables flying around. So it was a complete transformation, and this was something that people wanted to go and see, and they would show up in the news and in magazines. And at the same time, in these streets, because of the private sector participation, you would have new cafes, new restaurants, new spaces for commerce and for activity. So it was a complete renovation. And what the result was that people were coming down to the historic center to visit these areas. And it was a success from as Bonnie said, like after very few time, after 2 or 3 years, you would see a change. Street by street, and obviously in an orderly manner. So each year you would have 2, 3, or 4 streets completely renovated. So after 4 or 5 years, you would have a big area of the historic center completely changed, inside out.
Good afternoon, May.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well.
Excellent.
Could you comment a little bit about the necessity of establishing the office of historic Cairo, and did you see hope in the process?
Yes. Yes, I think thank you very much for a most interesting day. I've been listening to all the presentations with great interest, and I think what's useful about today is that it's possible to juxtapose the different perspectives, whether from individuals who are interested in investing in the city, to case studies that are on a smaller level, and case studies that are on a larger scale, to start to see a pattern that emerges that is, I think, related to vision and trust, and also integration and equity. And I think what's interesting about the last case that we saw, Mexico City, is that it shows us that big problems like historic Cairo and the historic area in Mexico City require big solutions, and that big solutions require an integrated vision that brings together all the different stakeholders, whether governmental, both on a state level, but also on a local level, and also private, both on the level of the big investor and also the level of the NGO, and very importantly on the level of the local community and the smaller investors within the local community. And I feel that this is a point that I would like to address a little bit further, that maybe what was missing today is the voice of the resident of historic Cairo, who has a stake, but also has the possibility to invest. But maybe is the most, is perceived by many as the most difficult part of the equation, in the sense that it's a bit of an unknown. But I think a lot of effort needs to go into understanding the inherent resources within historic neighborhoods and within the community, and figuring out mechanisms to tap into them, and making sure that trust is built between members of the community who for years have not been treated very fairly, and between the other parts of the equation. And this is something I would like to hear a little bit more on, maybe in the case study of Mexico City, to try and learn a little bit more about how the small business owner, the local resident, was brought in, and how also the people who were incited to come back to the city were right from the start, if they were became partners in this process of development and regeneration and growth. And maybe asking the audience to reflect on that in the case of the historic city of Cairo, using their own experiences working on the ground with the community, and understanding their resources. And one last point, I think it was very interesting in the last presentation that I don't think we heard the word tourism once. That it was all about a kind of more local approach that would bring in tourists, but that was not, from what I understood, the most important incentive.
Pablo, it's okay if I answer some of these questions. In Mexico, what we did is what we tried to open up the work for everyone, especially the neighbors and the people that live in the area. It's very easy to critique and to be negative about a project and things that you don't like and that you would do different. What we did in order to change this was to invite people to work. So instead of listening to negative comments and negative attitudes, you said, you want to participate in this job? Welcome. And we would welcome everyone. But the idea was for them to work, not to only critique, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that. The idea was, okay, what would you do different? How would you do it better? And we would take into consideration their comments. There were many issues, and we would open up tables for people to be able to participate. And this was very important because we would invite them and neighbors, small commerce, people that had lived in the area for many years, to share their vision or their insecurities, or how they thought the area was needed to change. No, so but I think that something that we tried to do from the beginning was to open this project for everyone, and for us, the more people that participated, the better, because then it would make the whole thing easier, stronger, and more livable. So instead of not listening to the people, it's better to listen to them, but if they are willing to work, if they are just willing to critique and be negative, that's something that is not productive and doesn't help at all. It's just negative effects, and that would just simply ignore it. But what we would tell people, if you want to participate and work with us and you have some ideas that can be better for the project, they're all welcome. And in Mexico, as you said, tourism was a small part. For what we were looking for is to have an area that was alive. Alive meaning people living in that area, people working in that area, schools, universities, as any other neighborhood. Sorry. So our main focus was that it was treated as a neighborhood, not as a touristic place.
Hello, Pablo, if you can hear me, this is Bonnie. I'd like to just elaborate a little bit on what Adrian just said. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Okay. Because part of the history of Mexico City before this intervention is important to understand, I think, in your context, which is that a lot of the downtown historic center was occupied by rental tenants, not so much property owners. And a lot of the properties were owned by families that had owned these buildings for a very long time, who had long ago abandoned the historic center and were living someplace else in the city. And rent control laws that were imposed in the 1940s resulted in a very long-term decline in the management of these properties until, because the property owners were getting almost nothing in return for rentals. But part of what was very critical in having this transformation bring along the local residents, rather than gentrification that's occurred in many other places when property values begin to rise, is that they very intentionally made sure that the people who were resident in the historic center were not displaced by, and in some cases, if buildings were renovated where tenants had been living for a long time, there was enough property under the management of this real estate company that they could move people from one building to another in the same locale, and therefore not change the character of the neighborhood. So when you visit Mexico City today, it's a very diverse experience. It's not a tourist area the way walking down the street in central Venice is, where you don't have the impression that anybody in the street is local. You have the impression in Mexico City that everybody is local. And the pedestrianization of the streets had a tremendous impact on bringing people out, getting rid of crime. And today it's just burgeoning with like 1 million people walk past certain intersections every day. But most of these people are working and living in the neighborhood. So this really did not use tourism as its driver. The driver was really to bring back or repossess something that everyone collectively wanted to save.
If I may also add, I think that there are a number of other parallels and other interesting points to think about in the last two presentations, and I might point your attention to the case in historic Cairo of Al Mu'izz Street, which is traditionally for more than 100 years a very touristic area. and to what happened with the decline of foreign tourism there, that the street kind of readjusted itself for local visitors. So if you go today, you will find that almost all of the businesses that had been aligned to serve foreign tourists are now aligned to serve young Egyptians who go there for the kind of, because it's a pedestrian street and it's they sit in the coffee shops, they they eat candy floss, they do whatever. It's transformed itself, and this happened purely through private initiative. Simply as a kind of readjustment to the changing conditions. Now, this does not mean that residents came back, because this is another story altogether. But I think it is possible to also learn from how quick, how local businesses are very quick to think on their feet, and they're able to identify trends that maybe others cannot identify even quicker. My second point concerning making sure that you keep the residents and you also make it a place that is inviting to more residents is concerning historic Cairo, that unlike what quite a lot of people think, it has relatively low density. That it should take more residents, and it has the same issue that we've been hearing about, that a lot of its residential businesses have become places for storage and warehouses and workshops, and of course to the detriment of the quality of the living conditions in these streets. So I think these two are also very important points, and they can definitely be resolved through governmental initiatives to such as tax deductions and fiscal incentives, etc. But then again, this brings us to the issue of trust, and how is it that years of mistrust can be turned around, and this might also be open to the rest of the panel and the audience from their experience in historic Cairo.
Ala, would you like?
Yes, thank you, Pablo. I'm not sure if Adrian wants to reflect on what May just said right now, but anyways, I have a point that goes along with May's point. But first, I would like to thank Bonnie for the presentation. We're laying down a comparative analysis between all of these cases. Looking very much forward to read the publication. But I'll go back to Adrian with his Mexico City case, because it's very, very similar to what we're living in in historic Cairo at the moment, in terms of scale, in terms of the complications of problems. And I wanted actually to ask about how did Mexico deal with the property ownership in terms of property owners, and whether they were involved through any sort of shares in the process, if they are engaged, as you said, as motivators or maybe supporters of the vision itself. That's one point. The other point, you have also indicated that you have formed a sort of a special body that manages the historic city. And we're about to do that, by the way, in historic Cairo, with the attention of the Prime Minister. However, I wanted to ask you, from your very experience, how did you actually solve this issue of dissecting an urban fabric from being managed by a special body with all other aspects surrounding this historic core, especially that in your case, it was all based on investment, something that reminds me quite well with the case of Solidaire in Beirut. And this case, if you ask Beirutis, they will be always skeptical about the results. These are my points, Adrian, but I also wanted to read, if you don't mind, that we have received from the audience, from the Zoom, again from Professor Van Balen, who's been very active with us, who has said that interesting debate, talking about fiscal and capital investment. The point is that only monetary cost and benefits are taken into account. But what about aspects as mobility, social interaction, well-being, which could also be included in the equations? And indeed, long-term perspectives should be taken into account within an integrated vision, so all stakeholders understand the investment and the benefits of short and long term. Indeed, it is about trust amongst the stakeholders and about being part of it.
Okay, many issues being that you talked that are very important. I will start with the company that we created, that was a real estate company. This company was privately made. It was a private company, but open to the public. So people could buy shares of this company. This company was run by Carlos Slim, whom, as you know now, is a very savvy investor. And this would give confidence to the people that were participating. Also, if you had a building in the historic center, you could change your building for shares. So if you were owner of a building, you could put it in this company, and in return you would get shares of the company. This allowed us to buy around 80 buildings, different sizes, different locations. But in the end, what happened was that this gave confidence to the rest of the owners and to other investors to invest in the historic center as well. So as I explained in the video, in the end, the investment in the area multiplied a lot. So we ended up doing a small fraction of the investment, but what happened was that people felt secure and willing to invest because they saw that Carlos Slim and his companies were investing in this area. So this gave confidence to the people and security to the people, you know. And well, that's in terms of how we were able to acquire and to do this. But a very important point here is that not only what we did, but what happened around this, because as I said, people, once they knew that that a street was going to get fixed, investment was happening in that street, new restaurants, new hotels, new shops, etc. So the effect was very positive, because once a street was renewed by the government, also the private sector was investing in the area. And what we did to change some places is that we did an analysis of the neighborhoods, and we tried to understand who was visiting the areas. As you have said, you have young people that go to have an ice cream or go to have some coffee, and that. Well, why don't you have apartments for those young people, very affordable, so that they can stay in that area? Or why don't you try to do a school for these young kids, or to have a university around that area, or perhaps entertainment for those young kids? So if you analyze what you have what you have in terms of people who's visiting the area, and also in terms of infrastructure, because also you would find that you have abandoned theaters, abandoned cinemas, abandoned schools. Yeah, and what we were trying to do is, okay, what do we have that we can work with? And then analyze the buildings and see what the buildings could work for. For example, one can be a new office a new restaurant, apartments, and depending on what was around it, well, you would design it or try to make it work for that area. For example, some areas in the historic center obviously have higher levels, some are more popular, and some you have to, for example, to have a lower income activity, and some because of the buildings that are more expensive or more important, you would have a higher income activities. No? So you would have better apartments, bigger size, better restaurants, better shops, and some streets are very, very popular, like very affordable places for food, for coffee, for housing. So at the same time, in the historic center, you have different areas that have a different function, and then but in the end, everything complements each other. No? So I don't know if that answers your question.
If I could intervene once again, I think Adrian and I are talking from two sides of this picture. We haven't talked much about he hasn't talked really at all about the foundation that was established as a counterpart to this investment strategy, but it played a very important role and continues to in Mexico City. And I think it's worth talking about the model. What Slim did with his real estate investment was he bought a revenue generating amenity in a downtown area, which happened to be a parking lot. And he, sorry, got these calls coming in. And he used the revenue from that to support a foundation that was providing social programs to complement the real estate investments. And they had a range of activities. There were kind of pop-up activities. There were cultural centers established in different neighborhoods at different times, and they would program activities that would draw the local community in. And there were other kinds of health and counseling related activities, so that with revenue of about $1 million a year, we're able to make the residents in the neighborhood feel that they were really supported by staying there and coming there.
That's right.
So I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. I would like to make a last question or remark to Bonnie regarding historic Cairo. And I want to read you a comment Francesco Siravo made to me recently, regarding the Aga Khan's project housing in Dar Balafar. He says, "My sense is that our experiment was curtailed prematurely and that the experience we had was bringing good results. They would have made a real difference in improving the sector of the Islamic city. I believe we were able to demonstrate that no big grants or loads of external financing are needed. Only a good understanding of local conditions and the ability to mobilize the residents and the resources towards the implementation of a realistic and carefully conceived plan of action. Unfortunately, neither the government or the AKTC, the Aga Khan, had sufficient interest and the vision to support and fully believe in what we were doing. But there is a golden ratio in rescuing distressed urban areas. We were on our way to achieving tangible and long-lasting results." What do you think? It's not necessary to bring in big investments. It's just a seminal intervention that can make things start. And if you want to comment on the Aga Khan's project and why that did not succeed.
If I may say something concerning this point. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with Francesco. I think that I definitely agree that the Aga Khan project was stopped immaturely. I think the one thing it taught us is it is true that there is, as I said, there are hidden assets and inherent resources within the community that can be tapped into, and that they can be a major player. It does not necessarily all have to be about external investment. But I think a very important issue here that was not brought up by his comment is the legal framework. That as long as there is an administrative and legal not encourage these kinds of interventions unless they are backed by a major entity like the Aga Khan, for example, then nothing is sustainable. If, as you heard earlier today, with all the investors and the people who bought one house or two houses, one major issue here is the fact that there is no clear legal framework. There are no incentives, even if you don't need incentives, but you cannot, this kind of uncertainty does not encourage investment. And it doesn't encourage investment from the community itself in its own houses. If there is a sense of insecurity related to tenure, for example, which is a very, very strong sense in historic Cairo. People do not feel safe in their homes, whether they own or they rent. So tenure insecurity is a major issue. So it could be the case that the city lives on, that the historic city lives on through the investment of its own community, but there are two issues here. One, the legal framework, and two, what might happen is that the historic character of the city will not be maintained. That more work then has to be made in order to get people to see that there is a benefit to be derived from your house looking old, from your house having a historic character, and then also kind of pushing that benefit somehow, whether on the part of the government or NGOs or again external investors.
We totally agree with you. As a matter of fact, yesterday's afternoon session was focused on the necessity of establishing the right legal framework in order to consolidate and to be able to establish the right system. So yes, it is essential, and I think we have to make everybody aware of this. Any other question? Well, then with this, we finish today's session. Thank you very much, Adrian, Bonnie, and May for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo.
So we continue tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.